Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump says he wasn't worried during the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night and stands by the Secret Service as the suspect is due to appear in court today. Plus, Trump assures King Charles will be safe during his state visit to the US, despite security concerns following the shooting in Washington. The US receives a new Iranian proposal through Pakistani mediators, which includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz, but postponing nuclear negotiations. President Trump has said he wasn't worried during the shooting that unfolded during the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington on Saturday night. And officials say he's standing by the Secret Service amid concerns the hotel wasn't secure enough. The suspect has been named by U.S. media as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California. He's due to appear in court later today. Here's some of what President Trump had to say about the incident to CBS 60 Minutes.
Mr. President, do you know if you were the target of the gunman?
I don't know. It sounded to me, I read a manifesto. He's radicalized. He was a Christian, a believer, and then he became an anti-Christian, and he had a lot of change. He's been going through a lot based on what he wrote. His brother complained about him and I think reported him to the police, and his sister likewise complained about him. His family was very concerned. He was probably a pretty sick guy.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. My thought was, you know, I've been through this before a couple of times, and when they said drop down, that meant trouble.
For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant and criminal justice expert. Darren, as always, really good to have you on the show. Just in light of what President Donald Trump had to say there, we are now hearing that security is to be re-examined and upgraded for events including the president and large crowds over the next few weeks. Does this feel like a sensible precaution to you?
I think it's necessary to make a revolution in the security parameters that have since been set up. One of the points of contention would have been there was a metal detector or magnetometer inside of the venue, and that's where attendees were searched and an assessment was made as to if they were in possession of weapons or not. I think there should have been an additional component of security on the outside that afforded the attendees the ability to walk through a magnetometer to be assessed if they were in possession of weapons. In addition to that, they were in a commercial establishment, that being a hotel. That being said, there should have been a contingent of armed security, meaning Secret Service agents, in those stairwells to provide a greater level of fortification, which would have prevented this assailant from coming down those stairs, which he did, and getting onto the floor that was just above where the president was located. So this after-action review, which is commonly referred to as a hot wash, will make these assessments, and they will present the necessary security framework as it relates to how to best protect the president. This is important that it happens quick because we now have King Charles, as well as Queen Camilla here visiting the United States, and we want to ensure that they're safe throughout the course of their visit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get on to King Charles's state visit to the US. But dinner guests have said getting into the hotel was remarkably easy. How close did the suspect get to that packed ballroom in Washington, D.C.? We know he had a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. And you said there needs to be a revolution when it comes to safeguarding and security. Do you think it's right that Donald Trump is standing by the Secret Service, or do they need an overhaul and new leadership?
I understand the aspect of the president supporting the Secret Service in public. However, in private, I think that there's going to be a tremendous overlook, and layers are going to be peeled back to assess what went right and what went wrong. This is the third assassination attempt on President Trump within the last 3 years. We had, when he was then candidate Trump running for office, he was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania in an outside venue. I believe there was a revolution in security as it relates to the Secret Service, and they made it in a semblance of changes. We moved forward. Then we had a gunman that was on the golf course where President Trump was playing golf when he was now an incumbent president. And fortunately, this individual was taken into custody without further incident. Now we had this incident that just happened over the weekend. So it begs the question as to what are the security parameters to ensure not just the president, but the other individuals that are patrons in that audience are in a safe environment.
And according to reports, the suspected gunman sent a note to family members before the shooting where he writes, administration officials, they are targets. What more do we know about his motives? And of course, he's got a court appearance later today.
Well, that letter that was produced by the assailant was provided to his family members prior to the shooting. However, his family members presented this information or this quote unquote manifesto to law enforcement after the shooting. Best case scenarios, this information should have been presented to law enforcement in a timely manner. It didn't happen that way. But that being said, he's appearing in court today, and he's not going to be granted bail. This is just merely an arraignment process. The arraignment process is the charges that have been produced by the prosecutor, which is Janine Pirro, which is the attorney general that is responsible for the assistant attorney general that's responsible for the District of Columbia where the shooting happened. And they're just merely going to present the fact pattern as to what happened. And the judge is going to determine if this individual, Mr. Allen, is going to be afforded bail or not. And he's not going to be afforded bail. It's going to be relatively a short process.
And President Trump called the attacker a lone wolf, whack job, and also said he wasn't worried during the shooting. As you said to me, Darren, this is the third assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life. Why do you think we're seeing a rise in political violence in the U.S. right now?
I think the political climate has been heightened on emotion on both sides, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, and it's manifested to what we've seen happen here. We've had democratically elected officials that have been shot in the United States. Just last year, for example, we had an elected official in the state of Minnesota that was shot and killed based on political rhetoric, if you want to refer to it as that. The same holds true with Donald Trump. It's just the temperature has risen to a tremendously high level, and now is the time to temper it down as opposed to tempering it up. And hopefully both the Democrats and the Republicans can join in a strategy which brings that temperature down. If not, this is just going to continue to manifest to situations where people are hurt and even killed in some instances.
And in light of the attempted attack at the press dinner, you touched on this earlier, but do you think the security lapses around this event should have altered the royal visit?
I don't think so. Ultimately, the president was not harmed, nor was anyone in that ballroom harmed. But it begs the question of, could this incident or the gunman, could he have been neutralized at a much earlier stage as opposed to one floor up from where the ballroom is? When we fast forward to the state visit by King Charles and Queen Camilla, we do such a phenomenal job here in the United States as it relates to protecting diplomats or VIPs. And I give you an example. We have the General Assembly here in New York, where we have world leaders from all over the globe that are in attendance for the United Nations General Assembly. And we do this without a hitch. And I think that strategy that we've used has been quintessential. And I don't think that the King nor Queen of England are in harm's way. But at the same token, I'm a firm proponent, and we can always make adjustments to ensure that we can make things better as we move forward.
Darren Portia, it's always great to have your analysis. Thank you.
Thanks for having me as a guest.
To discuss this further, I'm now joined by royal editor Sarah Hewson. Sarah, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time. President Trump is promising the king will be very safe as the royals arrive in Washington, D.C. Planning for a royal state visit, as you know, Sarah, is years in the making. In wake of Trump's assassination attempt, what adjustments will have been made to ensure maximum safety?
Hello to you, Leigh Ann. Well, we know that discussions took place between Buckingham Palace and the White House yesterday, following on from that shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, to review the schedule and the security arrangements. Now, there is going to be a ring of steel around the King and Queen during this visit. There aren't actually very many public engagements that they are taking part in. And in terms of the schedule, there might be some minor tweaks. We might not even notice them. But security, of course, right at the forefront. It always would have been, but now very, very, very prominent indeed. We were confirmed yesterday that the visit was going to go ahead as planned. I don't think there was ever any doubt in the King's mind that he wanted to continue, despite political pressure from some here in the UK that it should have been cancelled way before actually this attempted assassination on the president this weekend. It is diplomatically charged. There are going to be many challenges, but in many ways, this almost is a distraction from those. And it's a common bond between the King and the president, because the King, when he was Prince Charles, was also shot at during a speech in 1994 on Australia Day in Sydney. It turned out to be blanks, but the King kept calm and carried on. I think that's very much the approach to this tour.
And very much what Donald Trump is also doing at the moment, or so it appears during his press interviews. But Sarah, really the big day is going to be tomorrow. The King will be addressing both houses of Congress. The King, as we know, is not political, but he's going to be in this political environment. Can we expect him to make any reference to the time we are living in right now, or is it going to be more towing the line, do you think?
Well, look, I think it's certain that the King will reference the turbulent times that we are living in, but he's going to be very careful about the choice of language. He and the president are poles apart on so many issues, and there are very many issues that will be right there, the elephants in the room, if you like. Iran, the president's views on the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, the president's views on the Falkland Islands and its sovereignty, the president's dismissal of the Royal Navy, the role of British troops in Afghanistan, for example, Prince Andrew, the Epstein files, all of those hanging over this visit. But the King is there to try and smooth relations, those highly strained relations between the UK and the US. And so he is very, very experienced. And where they might disagree, I think they will disagree agreeably. And it will be a very diplomatically worded speech by the King. As for President Trump, well, who can tell and who can say? Because we do know he has a tendency to go off script, doesn't he? And that, I think, is where the moments of jeopardy might arise.
And that actually leads me on to my next question. You know, we have to mention that the US president is not keen on the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying he's no Winston Churchill, among other put-downs. Do you think Buckingham Palace is concerned that Donald Trump will go rogue?
I think that always has to be a concern. There are several factors that have been put in place to try and prevent any serious embarrassment to the King. And so, for example, the meeting between the King and the President in the Oval Office is not going to have television cameras and microphones there. We're not going to get a Zelensky moment in the Oval Office. There are two speeches from President Trump. One is going to take place at the state banquet. We're also going to have an address from him when he welcomes the King and the Queen formally to the White House lawn tomorrow. Who knows what he might say and whether or not he will criticise the Prime Minister in front of the King, which would be highly awkward and highly embarrassing. But what we do know is the President is a huge admirer of the King, and he does tend to be on his best behaviour in the presence of royalty.
And Sarah, I know that you have covered many royal visits. I think you also did one to the US, if I remember correctly. But how do the Americans welcome the royals? What reception will Charles and Camilla expect when they arrive there?
Yes, I was actually on the last state visit to the United States in 2007, so almost 20 years ago, by Queen Elizabeth. And she there too went to Washington and also to Virginia, which is on her son's agenda for this visit. Look, they really roll out the red carpet for a royal visit. This is a real status symbol for the US president. And we know when he visited Windsor, it was the biggest royal military show that had ever been put on, and that was a real badge of honour for the president, and he is going to be returning the favour. We know that inspection of the troops, the big official welcome on the White House lawn tomorrow, is going to be bigger than anything we've seen before. There's going to be a glittering state banquet for them and moments of history, because we'll have the King addressing both houses of Congress, as you talked about earlier, only the second British monarch to do it. 1991, the last time it happened with his mother. So there's going to be a lot of fanfare, a lot of pageantry, a lot of celebration around this visit. It is a big deal for both countries.
I must admit, I always love the pomp and pageantry. Sarah Hewson, great to have you on. Thank you. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has blamed the US's excessive demands for causing peace negotiations in Islamabad to fail. He made the remarks to reporters as he arrived in Russia, where he's met President Putin. Meanwhile, Iran has reportedly passed on a proposal to the US via Pakistani mediators on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and postponing nuclear negotiations. For more on this, I'm joined by John Limbert, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Iran. John, great to have you on the show. Iran is blaming excessive demands from the US for the failure of negotiations. Meanwhile, Trump says he cancelled envoys going to Pakistan because talks weren't progressing and Iran should initiate contact. With direct talks stalled, where does this leave diplomacy?
Good question. No, I mean, both sides are going to say that the other is unreasonable. But the main thing here is that if you negotiate everything in a meeting, you will agree on nothing. Yeah. So the idea of reopening the Straits of Hormuz to all shipping, to any and all shipping, with no conditions, no tolls, no costs, no restrictions, and lifting a blockade against Iranian ports, gets you back to where we were at the beginning, before all of this unfortunate conflict started. That's a starting point. Then if you want to talk about other things, a nuclear program, for example, then you say, all right, we will meet in 1 week or 10 days, and we will talk about that, and we'll do it right. In other words, we'll get the experts talking to each other at the beginning to iron out what can be a somewhat technical and complicated issue. In other words, recognize you're not going to get it done in one marathon session, nor are you going to get it done by presenting an ultimatum that the other side simply has to give in and accept without any conditions.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you say that, John, because it almost takes us back to the beginning where we were before, if nuclear negotiations aren't included in those talks. But I found something really interesting today. The German Chancellor says Iran humiliated the US when it got officials to travel to Pakistan, then leave without results. What do you make of Friedrich Merz's assessment of the whole situation? He also alluded to the fact that it appears the US doesn't have a clear strategy to end this war.
Again, I won't comment on what the German official said, because what I understand is that Foreign Minister Araghchi came to Pakistan, met with the Pakistanis, and then left. Well, at that point, I agree with our administration. There's no point in our sending our people. Who are they going to? With whom are they going to meet? They need to meet with somebody at the level of the foreign minister. If the foreign minister is not there, there's no point in going. And I still believe that the best way to make progress is to have the two sides speaking directly to each other. It may be difficult, may be painful, but it's far better than going through intermediaries who carry messages back and forth.
And it's really interesting because we appear just to be in that situation where it's the mediators going back and forth, be it Oman, Pakistan, and now even possibly Russia. But how might the meeting between Abbas Araghchi and Russia's Putin affect future diplomatic efforts? And I also guess the big question here is, does Russia really want to stop a war they are financially benefiting from?
That's a good question and a good point. At the end of the day, the Iranians know that the Russians will sell them out, just as they sold out the Syrians, just as they've sold out others, and they've sold them out before. And they may have some nice words, but to me, it's an indication, frankly, of the bankruptcy of the Islamic Republic's diplomacy, that they have to go hat in hand to the Russians. Their ancient enemy and someone they know does not have their interests in heart. So I think if it comes down to a case of do we want to keep selling our oil and at a good price and making money, or are we going to help the Iranians in some way? I think for the Russians that's going to be a very easy choice. But for the Iranians to go hat in hand to the Russians, for Araghchi to go to the Russians, I think is a real humiliation for them.
John Limbert, as always, great to have your analysis. Thank you for your time with me.
Thank you, Leigh Ann. My pleasure.
For more on this, I'm joined by former UK ambassador to the UN, Sir Jeremy Greenstock. Sir Jeremy, great to have you on the show. Iran's Abbas Araghchi has thanked Russia's Vladimir Putin for a firm and unshaken support. If Iran is looking for weapons, have they gone to the right place?
Yes, partly. I think commentators believe that Russia is giving Iran very useful intelligence, very useful information on targeting. They are not giving them direct material supplies, I believe, at this moment, because Russia needs to be extremely careful where it places itself at this moment. John Limbert there was just commenting on the Iranian-Russian relationship. And Russia can't just take Iran's side on this, which it apparently is doing rhetorically while Foreign Minister Araghchi is in Moscow, because it has and wants to have reasonable relations with the Arab side of the Gulf. And the Gulf states on the Arab side will be looking at what's happening in Moscow extremely carefully. So Russia needs to be quite cautious about how it places itself. But it looks as though it gave Iran very useful targeting information, which helped partly to destroy some oil and gas facilities on the Arab side of the Gulf. So making Iran a friend can make Russia some enemies. So let's see how that goes. But Russia, I don't think, can be a negotiator in this conflict, in this negotiation. It's not going to be trusted equally by both sides. As John Limbert has just said, it has its own national interests foremost in its mind. President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov will be thinking of how Russia can gain from this. So trust in Russia to help solve this, I'm not sure that's in full supply at the moment.
And it's really interesting because we talk about trust in Russia at the moment, and you said they've got a really delicate diplomatic game to play, I guess, as the US is watching this. But Iran has submitted a new deal to open the Strait of Hormuz and end the war. But Tehran says nuclear negotiations are now off the table. If neither side is willing to move first, what will actually break this deadlock? Do you think it will be a diplomatic solution, economic pressure, or events on the ground, possibly military?
I think in the end, economic pressures are going to be the greatest of the ones you list. Iran has a collapsed economy. The Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps is in control. It carries the guns. The people are at war. They will support their regime while they're at war, but they need their economy to be restored. And closing the Straits of Hormuz on the American side in the Gulf of Oman, stopping Iranian cargo traffic, stopping Iranian oil and gas exports, can be very damaging to Iran in the long term. You mentioned their nuclear negotiations. I don't think that there can be a sustainable peace between Iran and the US unless the subject of nuclear materials comes into this. Otherwise, what are you doing? You're leaving the nuclear question to be resolved either by talks or by bombing further in the future. So that is not a sustainable peace if the nuclear side of it is left out of it. So I think the combination of that nuclear imperative and the damage to both sides, both Iran and the US, in their economic interests, will turn out to be the most important features of the negotiations to come, as they must at some stage.
And it's really interesting because when we talk about the economic impact, we're seeing it globally as the Strait of Hormuz is blocked with these two parallel blockades from the US and from Iran. And it's something that Iran said today. It says its armed forces should be authority responsible for the Strait of Hormuz. They also said Iran wants Strait of Hormuz payments to be made in the real currency. Is that something that the US is ever going to accept? And we know Donald Trump's under huge pressure to get the Strait open, but Iran is saying, no, we should control it and pay. People should pay us.
No, I don't think that that kind of leverage is sustainable. And I don't think the United States would accept that Iran should remain in control of the Strait of Hormuz and charging tolls for it. They are not the only ones who have interests in it. The Europeans are gathering their forces to deal with the peace when it comes and hold the Strait of Hormuz open. The Europeans, the Japanese, the Chinese will not want Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz because, again, that is not a sustainable solution to this conflict. There will be bombing again in a few months' time if it is left on that basis. So my answer to your question there is no, this is not going to be acceptable on the Western side.
So, Jeremy, so you are predicting possibly a return to the military intervention. But I just want to end with one thing. The White House has told CBS News that it will not conduct its negotiations with Iran through the media. Is this a change in tactic from President Donald Trump? As we know, he often conducts foreign policy directly on his Truth Social.
Well, you've pointed to the irony of that remark. Is it a change of tactic? Tell me when President Trump has stayed with the same tactic for more than a few days at a time. He likes varying his approaches to conflict situations. He's a transactional player. He's looking for a deal. He'll move from one mode to another as he's looking for a way forward out of this. So don't take that remark too seriously. Don't take the Iranian remark too seriously. They've got deeper, stronger, more damaging interests at stake here, and that's what will count when it comes to the final word.
So, Jeremy, I also cannot imagine Donald Trump not posting on Truth Social. I think he kind of enjoys to get us all busy at work. So, Jeremy Greenstock, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mali has confirmed its defense minister was killed in a wave of coordinated attacks by extremists across the country. Sado Kamara's death marks an escalation in Mali's long-running conflict and raises fresh questions over the military government's ability to restore stability. Patrick Falk has this report.
Malian state TV confirming the death of Defense Minister Sadio Kamara. Reports say he died in a suicide truck bombing on his residence near the capital Bamako.
During intense fighting, he was wounded and then transported to hospital, where he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. Furthermore, the collapse of his residence caused additional casualties and the destruction of a nearby mosque, resulting in the deaths of some worshippers who were inside.
An insurgency group affiliated with Al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility. Armed members of another group involved in the wave of attacks are seen here inside the Kidal governor's office compound after taking control of it. Reports say the separatist Azawad Liberation Front are targeting northern cities in Mali. Meanwhile, Russian mercenaries hired by Mali's military have withdrawn following the clashes. West Africa's regional bloc, ECOWAS, has condemned the violence. Neighboring countries are watching the developments with concern. Malians living abroad, like God-Gift Ubani, who lives in Ghana, are shocked.
I'm surprised. I'm still surprised that this type of thing is still happening. They are supposed to take all the places that has been occupied by these terrorists. But what we are having today is different from what we are supposed to see. You see? So what I want to say is that I'm not happy. I'm an African, I'm a Pan-African, and I said injury for one is injury for all.
Mali has been plagued with insurgencies by separatist and terrorist groups for years. In 2020, a military junta seized power, promising to restore security. But rebels and extremists continue to gain ground, exposing the fragile grip the authorities still have over large parts of the country. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, sporting history was made over the weekend by runner Sebastian Sawe at the London Marathon. The Kenyan became the first human ever to run 42 kilometres in under 2 hours. Here's the moment he won. To discuss this, we're joined by double Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray, who's a London 2012 Olympic silver medalist and former world champion in modern pentathlon. Samantha, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. We just saw a little clip there, and it was so amazing. The London Marathon always has this phenomenal atmosphere, but this was such a historic moment. When I saw sub 2 hours, it's almost like superhuman. So talk us through it and the impact it will have on the sport.
Absolutely. This has been a seismic moment for athletic performance. Many believed it would never be possible to break that sub-2 hour mark. But Sebastian Sawe came back to London to try and retain his title. He was last year's winner. And he had just great race tactics and precision and managed to break that 2 hour mark by running 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. So he was well clear of the time. And again, in the women's field, we saw a similar feat, triumph of athletic prowess with Tigst Assefa running in 2 hours, 15 minutes and 41 seconds. So again, it's groundbreaking in endurance running. And it was a real moment for the history books.
When I watch them running in the London Marathon, they sort of cruise speed is literally normal people's sprinting speed. They are phenomenal athletes. But why are these performances so remarkable? And also the conditions in London, why did that help the race?
Yesterday was a beautiful day for endurance running. It was around 60, 66 Fahrenheit, so that was great for these endurance runners. The course itself is quite a fast course. The first half, is slightly on a downhill gradient, so it lends itself to quick times anyway. However, yesterday, it was notable. I mean, Sarway, his performance was like running level 21 on a treadmill. It's insane,
I
really.
struggle at 10.
Right.
I know, 21. It's amazing.
It's just incredible and superhuman, as you say. But really, I think these are advancements in sporting technology, strategy, and training programs. These runners are really pushing their bodies to the edge of human performance, and with biometric markers, testing protocols, how everything is increasing with technology, this will help the athletes push further. Also, interestingly, Sarway managed to do something called a negative split. So that means that he ran the second half of his race quicker than the first. And given that the marathon, as I said earlier, is slightly downhill in the first half, is quite phenomenal. So these athletes are managing their tactics with precise mindset, really thinking about how they'll control the race. But for him to do that without pacers coming in and out to help him, as has been done before in exhibition races, is a moment in sport. The other thing in terms of innovation are the running trainers, and this is a technology that wasn't around in my day, unfortunately, but the Adidas Pro Evo 3, it's like Formula One technology now in a trainer. So it's got carbon energy rods that align with the metatarsals of the foot, helping with that toe-off moment of the run. So it's really giving these runners extra efficiency, and over 42 kilometres, that always adds up. And this could be why we're seeing these new world record times in both the men and the women's field.
That's just incredible when you break it down like that, and how technology is really changing sport, and it seems quite rapid. But away from the elites that we've just been talking about, the London Marathon also had another record. A record number of people entered the ballot, and a record number of people obviously raced. What are the non-athletes running for and the causes?
Absolutely. I think it was 1 million people applied to run, 60,000 runners on the race day. It just shows the power of this race globally and what it means to individuals who want to take part. But the London Marathon is the single biggest day fundraiser in the world. That's how incredible this iconic race is. I think for people it resonates because it's a moment to triumph yourself, represent a charity, defy an illness in memory of someone, or to raise awareness of a worthy cause. And that's what really is at the heart of the London Marathon and why it's so iconic. It's everyone taking part that get involved and bring the spirit of this race together. When I competed at the Games in London, it was that Olympic fever. It was a moment in time for London, and it's that sort of legacy that remains with fans, spectators, and also those taking part that make this very, very special and at the heart of an essence of what the London Marathon truly is.
And it's so interesting you say that, because I was in London when it was the Olympic Games, and I just remember the atmosphere being phenomenal. Of course, competing in that must have been just absolutely amazing. And we saw the crowds. You know, London loves to go out and cheer people on and celebrate. But what were some of the standout stories? Because there's always people doing really strange things. I remember there was one person who was in like a diving suit, a really old one, and it took him like weeks to get past the finish line. What stood out this time round?
Absolutely. I think for me, there was the story that made social media headlines of the runner whose shoe broke, and he was about to take off one shoe, throw it to the side and carry on wearing just one shoe on, one shoe off. But a spectator jumped in that moment, and this was all caught on camera, and offered his trainer. They exchanged numbers and then agreed to meet at the finish line to give the trainer back. So that's the spirit of the race. However, for me, I think an emotional story, there's a young man called Jordan Adams who lost his mum to dementia, and he was told that he and his younger brother carry the gene variant for this disease. But he chose that not to be the end of his story, and he has decided to try and raise £1 million for dementia research. And so he ran the London Marathon with a fridge on his back so that he could stand out.
Oh, we can see the pictures now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just remarkable, isn't it?
It was 25 kilos, the fridge.
Wow.
And he completed the marathon there with his brother. So emotional. He knows that this disease will take hold of him, probably in his 40s. And after this race, he's pledged to go to Ireland, where his mother was born, and run 32 marathons in 32 days across the 32 counties of Ireland, wearing the fridge on his back and trying to hit that £1 million mark. So it's just such an emotional story. But also there was the children's fictional character Daddy Pig was out in force jogging around the 42 kilometres. Some have said that his legs look like those of Harry Styles. That's a bit of a rumour. But he was raising money for Children's Cancer UK. So some memorable moments there, both emotional and tying into everyday lives and how this race can affect everyone in such a positive way.
Harry Styles has been rumoured to have done a few marathons, but under not his name, and then he gets snapped in the crowd, so lots of speculation if he is obviously Peppa Pig. But big running events are growing in this region too. What more do we know? Because marathons and other events...
Absolutely. It's a really exciting time here in Riyadh. We have the Riyadh Marathon. It's in its infancy. Last year we had 20,000 participants, both elite and mass participation across different distances. The race started at Princess Noura University, which is a lovely flat area of the city, great for marathon running, and it is growing. It was created by the Saudi Sport for All Federation, and it's likely to become an iconic race itself here in the capital. As the landscape evolves, I'm sure the course will take a different route. But regionally, we also have the Petra Marathon in Jordan, where this is experiential sport, where you can run across a UNESCO World Heritage Site and enjoy that scenery through your marathon. So that's sports tourism coming together. But one of my favourites has to be the Alula endurance races, which is an out-of-world experience, really, and it crosses sport, culture and an experience all together in one, in a very unique setting for a marathon. So there's lots taking shape here, and it's definitely an exciting time for participation, men, women, the shorter races and indeed those marathons. So there's every reason to get your trainers on.
I was going to say, I hope they do a 10K, because I don't think I'm quite up for the whole marathon.
That's
but
it, start low. Yeah.
Start low. Yeah. Aim low, shoot high, as they say. But thank you so much for joining us, Samantha Murray. Great to have you on to talk about the London Marathon and marathons in the region. Thank you. A reminder of our top stories. Trump says he wasn't worried during the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night and stands by the Secret Service as the suspect is due to appear in court today. Plus, Trump assures King Charles will be safe during his state visit to the US despite security concerns following the shooting in Washington. And the US receives a new Iranian proposal through Pakistani mediators, which includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz, but postponing nuclear negotiations. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Has the deal-maker-in-chief met his match? Just hours after President Donald Trump declared he had no desire to continue the Iran ceasefire, he unilaterally announced an extension. Amid threats of a return to bombing, Tehran didn't blink. So, who's to blame for the deadlock, and where does the region go from here? That Counterpoints debate with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story. We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal, marking exactly 10 years since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030. Announced in April 2016 by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the vision set out an ambitious programme to diversify the kingdom's economy, society and culture, and also reduce dependence on oil. Well, at the heart of that transformation are giga-projects which are designed to reshape how Saudi Arabia lives, works and welcomes the world. Well, one of these stunning projects is Diriyah, where we are today. It is the historic birthplace of the kingdom and home to the UNESCO-listed Al Turaif district. Well, to tell us more, we're joined today by the Group CEO of Diriyah Company, Jerry Inzerillo. So thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Yeah, very nice to see you.
I'd like to start by asking you to take yourself back to when you were first appointed as CEO of this project and you realised, looking at everything around you, that you had an enormous project to deliver. What went through your mind?
Excitement. I was very taken because I had a chance in 2016 to read the vision statement of 2030. I thought it was bold. And one thing that I loved, as compared to other vision statements around the world, is that tourism was going to play a very important part. But then I had known Diriyah because I had visited Diriyah in 1998. And there's a few things that I knew. I knew that its authenticity was unquestionable. It was the home of Al Saud. It was the birthplace of the kingdom. And now you had this UNESCO site that really nobody knows about around the world because tourism wasn't open except for pilgrimages to the kingdom. So I said, what an opportunity to be with His Royal Highness, to contribute to 2030, a young, passionate population in an authentic birthplace of the kingdom. Magical. Now, can I put it all together and deliver what will become, by an aspiration, one of the great gathering places in the world?
Right. So Diriyah isn't just a heritage site; it's also a giga project. And I just wondered, what was the sort of the thinking behind making it a giga project?
Yes. So we knew that in the economic terms of Vision 2030, that tourism would play a big role, and that tourism would go from 3% of GDP to 10% of GDP. Now, if you're going to do that, you have a very, very big country, because if you look at the Gulf states, they're relatively small geographically. They can all fit into the size of the state of California in America, where I'm from. However, Saudi is 5 times the size of that, right? So you have a big country. You have water in the Persian Gulf. You have the Great Red Sea. You have UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So we knew that in order to get to 100 million visits, which is now 150 million visits, that you had to have all the amenities to draw people. So we didn't want to just restore the UNESCO site. We needed to build 42 hotels, hundreds of retail, restaurants, but we wanted it to have a 24-hour energy. Young people praying, going to school, working, people visiting. So that meant to put together a giga project, a master plan, that could cater to 100,000 people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to give it an urban energy. And that's why the original plan that was come up with His Royal Highness, 400,000 square meters, went to the 14 million square meters it is now, because it has all the amenities associated with urban lifestyle, but in a walkable, pedestrian-friendly way.
All right, so quite different from the original blueprint. I mean,
very much
very
so.
different. And just walking through parts of Diriyah, and, you know, I've had dinners and lunches and things here. I mean, it looks finished, but I mean, I know that's only a part of it. There's still a lot more to do, isn't there? What sort of percentage would you say is done and what remains to be done?
Yeah, that's interesting, but it's a little bit of a deceiving question with good news. Because what happens is that today, the 14 million square meters, almost all of it is on rock. You know, that's very important. Now, His Royal Highness wanted Diriyah to be walkable, pedestrian-friendly. Let's have people outside. Now, 7 kilometers of Diriyah is in the Wadi. Also very important to have people outside picnicking, exercising, riding their bikes, going for walks, quality of life, right? You're going to have people visiting from all over the world. Our UNESCO site now has already welcomed 5 million people, right? So you can see that that part is very successful. We opened Bijeri Terrace, Zalal. Last night we did 3,200 covers because the community and the people that are visiting us love it. But here's where it's deceiving. The amenities of the 14 million square meters, only about 5% is done. So you say, well, only 5%, it has that dynamic, that feel. But 80% of the infrastructure is done, which is the messy, complicated part. What's the land? Acquiring the land, demo the land, put all your infrastructure in. 60,000 parking spots underground, so it could be walkable above. So this monumental achievement is almost done, 80% done, almost completely done by the end of 2027. That will allow us then to build all the surface apartments, which we've done, hotels, restaurants, Diriyah Square, which will open in the beginning of 28.
Okay, so actually the hard part is done, all that stuff that's underneath where we're sitting now, all the underground.
Correct, yeah, and not only done, with the most sophisticated smart city technology. We know all usage of water, all usage of mobility, fully integrated with AI, very, very sophisticated infrastructure below ground on the highest level of technology, so above you can have just culture and heritage and people enjoying the outdoors.
Right, and when you walk through it as a visitor, you see all these well-known brands, shops, restaurants. You mentioned the hotel chains as well. Has the level of international interest been greater than what you'd anticipated?
Yes, we knew that today was going to be a gathering place for everybody all over the world. So Bijeri is very interesting because it was our first asset with 20 restaurants. But we wanted to be careful because we knew that we had to take care of first our community of Diriyah. We didn't want Diriyah to be elitist or aristocratic. We wanted it to be for everybody, all income levels, right? So we had to take care of our community, then Riyadh, Saudi visits, and then international visits. So in that mix of 20 restaurants, you have 5 authentic Saudi different concepts, but then you have Michelin restaurants, you have foreign restaurants, you have all different cuisines. Well, that's taken off great. Then we added Zalal, which is almost all Saudi, and people just love it. So we're very happy with the way things are going. We opened our first great hotel, the Bob Samhan Hotel, prior to the last few weeks, which have been disruptive. We were doing a 91% occupancy. We will open at the end of 2027 an additional 8 hotels that are just beautiful. Amman and Oberoi and a lot of great hotels that are coming. Diriyah Square, where you see the 90 cranes, those will all come down at the end of 2027. That will open shortly thereafter. That has 400 luxury and retail shops, of which over 60% are already signed. So all the big names coming. It's going to be a very exciting 2028 on our way to 2030.
I want to ask you a little bit more about the residential side of things, because obviously you're targeting tens of millions of visitors, but there are going to be people living here. There are already people living here. What sort of demand are you seeing, and what's the profile of a buyer?
Yeah, it's very interesting because it turned out to be a little bit different than we thought. Now, we wanted to test Diriyah, so we did a different type of marketing strategy because we have Diriyah real estate, residential real estate, 20,000 residences at some point, and then the Wadi Sfar, which we call our Bel Air of Riyadh, right? Now, we wanted to test what the high market was because we didn't know what it was, right? So we put 100 plots on sale for the Wadi Sfar, sold 93 of them already. But then we put Ritz-Carlton residences, which people will move into at the end of this year, almost done. Beautiful. Cityscape, we put mid-level residences on, non-branding, sold very well. We've already sold almost 17 billion SAR in residential real estate. Now, to further answer your question, who's buying? This is very interesting because a lot of the people that are buying are younger. Wadi's far older, a little bit more expensive, more established, looking for the amenities, the privacy, 27-hole Greg Norman golf course, beautiful country club finished. This time next year, the Royal Polo and Equestrian Center already will be done this time next year. But people wanted accommodation where they could walk and not drive. Riyadh, as you know, is a driving city. But today it will be a walkable, urban, pedestrian experience. And people wanted that urban energy where they could walk to work, walk to pray, walk to school. So that's a lot of who we sold to.
Okay, and one of the big challenges that you must have felt as the guardian of this project is balancing heritage and modernity.
Yeah.
Has that been a particular challenge?
No, it's actually been a little bit easier than most would think. Now, there is, what in the perception of people, an inherent conflict. Are you compromising cultural preservation for modernity or for technology? Here's where the Crown Prince is quite brilliant. First of all, he's very strict on the preservation of what is Saudi identity. Now, today is very important. Birthplace of the kingdom, home of Al Saud, source of pride for all of us, and the source of national identity. So even with his young age and his young leadership, and God bless the king, who, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have Tareif and we wouldn't have Diriyah. He is as strict to preserve what's unique about Saudi culture. Saudi music, the Arda, Saudi food, Saudi costuming and apparel, right? So we've done that. Walkable, all in the mud, made 20 million mud bricks by hand like they did 300 years ago, but underground, all smart city technology. Now with AI, the children can go and walk the site of what it was 300 years ago, but when they go into the museums, they can see how life actually was in its storytelling. This is beautiful because not only are we preserving the culture by community telling us the stories, now we have AI that can augment it into user-friendly technology.
When people visit Diriyah, what sort of feedback are they giving you? What are people telling you struck them the most when they came here?
Yes, there's two things, and I'm going to try and say this briefly. One is what the foreigners say, non-Saudi. Let's call it non-Gulf. The number one reaction is so interesting and makes me so happy. What did you think of your experience at the UNESCO site? You know what the number one answer is? Very emotional. And we're seeing a nervous habit from people coming to the UNESCO site. They don't even know they're doing it. Many people, when they're walking in a site, they find themselves running their hands along the mud. It's a very organic, very emotional, very authentic experience. And now it's so beautifully lit at night. It's the largest night-lit UNESCO site, right? So that's the foreigners. But I'm going to tell you a quick story because it's a very, very important story. On Fridays, I walked the UNESCO site and I chased my protocol team away and I said, leave me alone. I just want to walk amongst the public, say hi to everybody. So I come across a family, very traditional family. Father, mother, 4 children, young. But I notice when I'm walking that the mother is crying. So I say to myself, oh boy, I don't want to upset anybody. But I walk by without trying to disturb the family, not knowing what's going on. And the father, the husband, says to me, are you Mr. Jerry? He recognized me. So then I said to him, Salaam alaikum, how are you? Yes, that's what I like to do. I like to walk with my neighbors. So he said, oh, we're so excited to see you. Can we take an only one day a picture with you? I said, my pleasure, but I see that your wife's upset. Is everything okay? And he says, no, she's crying because she remembers when she walked here as a little girl with her grandfather. And it wasn't in the condition. And she's so proud to take her children to see what it is now. She was crying out of tears of joy. Isn't that beautiful? So that makes our job so happy, because it shows that we're the custodians of the cultural preservation of what is uniquely Saudi.
I imagine that was a pretty emotional experience for you as well,
Very.
to hear that. How important is it that Diriyah feels like a lived-in city and not just a tourist destination?
Well, this is very important, because if you look at all the great cities of the world, there's a few things they have in common. They may be structured differently, but they all have an energy, a kinetic energy that's 24 hours, 7 days a week. Now, a few weeks ago, I'm walking to the site at night, which I do almost nightly, and it is a beautiful night of weather. And the place is lit beautifully, and I hear children laughing, I hear people laughing, and I stop for a minute. And I'm in Diriyah every day, and I see Chinese talking Chinese, Japanese talking Japanese, Omanis and Bahrainis and Qataris and Emiratis and Saudis, everybody having a good time. I stopped and I said to myself, this has become what His Royal Highness wanted, a gathering place where people are festive and are proud of who we are and what we mean to the world now. Very, very important.
It sounds like that was one of your sort of eureka moments on this journey, because there must have been good and bad moments along the journey, moments where you said, oh my goodness, are we going to be able to deliver all of this on time and on budget and everything else? And there must have also been moments when you thought, wow, we really have gone further than I'd imagined. I mean, was that one of those key moments?
Well, you know, when you're CEO of a $64 billion project, this morning we have 63,000 workers on site every day. I go out to I have a terrace over my office that looks at the job site. There's not one day I go out by myself and say, dear, please allow me, give me the strength to see this through, see His Royal Highness's vision through. That's the burden of being a CEO. But what counteracts that is when I walk around my neighbors and see them happy. When I walk around and see the guests coming from all over the world and seeing them happy. This is a manifestation of Vision 2030, and this is a great tribute to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and to our great Prime Minister, our Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. May Allah always bless them. It's a great tribute to them.
You've described Diriyah as being a world-class cultural destination. And I'm wondering what makes Diriyah uniquely positioned compared to, say, other cultural heritage hubs around the world. Is there any way you'd compare Diriyah to?
Yes. Well, you see, the beautiful thing is that Diriyah is authentic. So Diriyah is not a modern city of 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It's not in Orlando, Florida, which is great, but it's pop culture. It's not a Las Vegas, right? It's not a Dubai. And our brothers and sisters from the Emirates do a great job. With 300 years of culture, of storytelling, of the demonstration of beautiful music, beautiful dance, beautiful food, beautiful costuming in an authentic setup, right? So when people come, it is uniquely Saudi. It is uniquely Diriyah. That's why we say there's only one Diriyah. Now, look what historical Vienna is now. Wonderful. Look at Florence. Wonderful. Even look at Marrakesh. That's what Diriyah is meant to be. Walkable, organic, very pedestrian friendly, have people outdoors. We planted 6.5 million trees, shrubs, and bushes. On a weekend now, you have thousands of people in the Wadi with their families, on bicycles, on horses, jogging, walking. It is the most beautiful thing to see the society happy. One other thing that nobody knows about, a little tiny detail, and maybe unimportant, but important to me. When I came here 8 years ago, in the Wadi, I never saw a single bird. A bird, right? Why is that important? You go into the Wadi now, there are thousands of birds. So you hear the music of the birds, but they were there. You know why? Because now you have millions of trees and shrubs and bushes. The ecosystem is beautiful. This is all part of His Royal Highness Crown Prince's vision of quality of life.
Okay, what impact do you expect Diriyah to have on Saudi Arabia's position in the world?
Well, we know that it will become one of the great gathering places. We already have substantial evidence of that. It will become a microcosm for all that's unique about Saudi. People will come next year, very, very big for us. February 22nd, 2027, our 300th birthday. So now, if you want to see where did Arabia originate, where did the House of Al Saud originate, what is uniquely Arabic, what is uniquely Saudi, Diriyah is that place. In the middle of what's going to become one of the great G20 metropolises of Riyadh, Diriyah is the jewel in the middle.
Okay, and we spoke exactly a year ago, and this is my last question to you. If we sit down again in a year or two from now, what do you hope to be telling me about where we are with this project? Yeah, now we're in very, very substantial, good shape. I'm very proud of the team. We have 2 more years that are disruptive. 2026, even though there's a lot operating, and 2027, because we still have trucks and dust and noise and stuff. But by every year we will open, announce, and ground break. Now you're going to see 100 cranes on the new boulevard. Now, this time next year, you'll see the frame of the 20,000-seat arena. You'll see the frame coming up of the Opera House, of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Contemporary Art Museum, the King Salman Mosque, the Grand Mosque. So every year you're going to see big, big, big advances. But then when you get to 2028, all of Diriyah, 14 kilometers, is walkable. And then when we get ready to host the greatest expo ever done, 2030, Diriyah will be a global masterpiece, and everybody around the world will say there's only one Diriyah. Okay, Jerry, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, but I just wondered, before we wrap up, if you might be able to show me what Diriyah looks like out of that window on that terrace over there.
With the greatest pleasure. Let's go.
Thank you. You lead the way. Now, Jerry, just to wrap up, when we spoke to Eric Trump a couple of months ago, he told us something that I now understand. He said he was blown away by the number of cranes on the skyline, which presumably means what we're looking at now over here outside your office is going to be a very different scene in a year from now.
Tremendously. There are 87 cranes here. Now, what Eric was talking about, the American record with Hudson Yards in New York is 16. That's 87, but people don't realize that Diriyah Square is almost done. By this time next year, those 87, 90 cranes will be down, and we'll move to Diriyah 2 to the new boulevard, which you can see the cranes already going up. And that will have 100 cranes, and that will be ready for 2029.
Well, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Jerry Inzerillo,
pleasure.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. That's all we have time for. Do stay with us here on Arabiya English.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually, you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold, and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes the responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi system, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sui Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maolong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maolong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village. But we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. But a little bit we have to adjust. I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
Has the deal-maker-in-chief met his match? Just hours after President Donald Trump declared he had no desire to continue the Iran ceasefire, he unilaterally announced an extension. Amid threats of a return to bombing, Tehran didn't blink. So, who's to blame for the deadlock and where does the region go from here? That Counterpoints debate with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Now, as Saudi Arabia pushes ahead with Vision 2030 and its goal to attract 150 million visitors per year, places like this at Qiddiya City have a major part to play by reshaping the kingdom's tourism and entertainment landscape. Today we are at Aquarabia, which is just opening its doors to the public. This is the largest water theme park in the region, featuring more than 20 rides, many of them world record breakers. Well, sitting alongside Six Flags Qiddiya City, which itself is home to 28 attractions and some of the most ambitious roller coasters ever built, these two sites combined are creating thousands of jobs. So what does it take to build a destination of this scale, and what does it say about where Saudi Arabia is headed? We're joined now by Brian McCammer, who is the president of the Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia theme parks. A very warm welcome to Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Brian, tell us first of all about Aquarabia. How did it come to be?
Well, this was one of the marquee attractions that was designed as part of the overall Qiddiya City destination. So dating back to probably 2018, the original concept for the park came about. The Aquarabia, the theming, the entire concept was homegrown. It's a fresh IP, brand new. You'll never find anything else in the world to match this theming that we have here. And so we took initial concept back in 2018, 2019, and took it through all the design phases, and here we are now, excited to be opening the park to the public.
And I mentioned Vision 2030 in my introduction, and I'm just wondering how you see Aquarabia fitting within that vision.
It's incredibly important part of it. It's the second major asset at the overall destination that's going to come online. Six Flags opened just a few months ago, and now the water park. They're very complementary of each other, I think, in the kingdom and at Qiddiya. A first water theme park in the region in the kingdom of this caliber, and it's just going to play an important role as the rest of the destinations and assets open in Qiddiya in the coming years.
Brian, what do you think these parks, Aquarabia and Six Flags, tell us about the general direction that Saudi Arabia is heading in?
Well, I think it's no hidden secret that everyone in the world loves to have fun. They like to visit theme parks, water parks. It's exciting now to have parks of this caliber in the kingdom here in Riyadh for the locals to visit. No longer do they need to travel to the outer regions and Europe and Asia, North America, et cetera, to visit. And this is also going to be a catalyst to drive tourism to Riyadh and to the kingdom.
How do you think Aquarabia compares to other offerings regionally, internationally? What do you think makes Aquarabia stand out?
It's really an unbelievable water park. I've been in the industry a long time, and I've never seen a water park of this caliber. The uniqueness of the rides, the location as we sit at the base of the Tuwaiq mountain range, 200-meter cliffs, the center of the park, Camel Rock, with a fine dining restaurant at the top of the mountain, multiple slides integrated into the mountain. It's just the whole setting, the theming, hearing the waves in the middle of Riyadh, in the middle of Saudi Arabia. It just transports you to another place.
Right, you're talking about Camel Rock, which for our viewers is up there, just over there. And what have we got over here? What's this?
So this is our wave pool, and you can see the foxes carved into the rocks. Throughout the park, we've got homage to the indigenous animals in the region, and basically they came to Aquarabia as a wellness spring. And so you'll see carvings throughout the park, and we use that to also identify various zones around the park. But this is probably one of the most popular attractions in the park, where you can basically float around, and it's good for all ages and just very popular.
I was going to say, who's the ideal customer here?
All of the above. Toddlers, we've got areas of the park designed for the younger kids, the tweens, the thrill attractions, those that just want to relax. We've got 81 amazing cabanas in the park that I've never seen. They're more similar to a hotel room that you can book during the day, and you can see them behind us around the pool. So you can basically, depending on the age of your family, you can get a cabana in whatever section of the park that fits your kids' needs and camp for the whole day. So.
And are you mostly going to be, do you expect to be mostly welcoming Saudi nationals, international visitors? What are you thinking?
So in the beginning, we're predominantly local market and Saudi-based visitation. Certainly then GCC, but the caliber of this park, the quality, the attractions at both the Six Flags and Aquarabia, they're of an international standard, and we're already seeing a lot of interest in overseas markets to come and visit the both parks.
Tell us about pricing. What's it going to cost for an adult to come in here?
Sure. So depending on times of the year, we'll have demand-based pricing. Currently, we have 350 SAR for an adult ticket. On a peak day, 325 SAR on a weekday.
Around the $100 mark?
Yes. And then children are a flat 200 SAR year-round. But I would say the big advantage would be we do family bundles, right? So for 1,000 SAR, you can get 5 tickets for your family, which is big in Saudi Arabia. There's a large population that has a lot of extended family, as well as annual passes, which will allow you to come year-round.
So that answers my next question, year-round. I was going to ask you what you're going to do during the hot summer months. I mean, does that change anything as far as your opening plans are concerned?
So both parks have a lot of designs into the park to manage the temperatures. A lot of shading around the park if it's during the daytime. But as we move into the stronger summers, we can shift the operating hours later in the afternoon into the evening. The park is designed to operate at nighttime, and actually it's probably more beautiful even at night with all the lighting. And so it's going to be designed to operate year-round, daytime, evening, based on the climate or the customer's preference.
This is an arid country, and we're quite far from the sea, and you've built a water theme park. I'm imagining there have been some challenges along the way. Just tell us a bit about them.
I think the biggest challenge would be the location was kind of a brownfield, as we called it. And so all of the infrastructure, roads, utilities, accommodations, staff housing, all had to be brought to the site. So that takes a lot of several years to put that in place. Once that's in place, now the additional assets that you can see coming online behind us have kind of paved the way for the future development and assets in the coming years.
When the project's success is discussed, how will you define success? What will success look like to you?
So I think when guests come to the park, I want to hear from the customer. I want to hear the feedback as a family. And the feedback I've received from many Saudis, when they come to the park, they felt they've been transported to another country. They never thought they would see something of this caliber, of this scale in Riyadh or in the kingdom. To me, that's the first accomplishment, right? We've built something that is amazing. It's going to be world-class operating standards, and that's going to be great, not just for our local market from a visitation, but it'll be enough to draw from a worldwide audience to come.
Okay. I mean, this is a business show. I'd like to talk about a couple of numbers with you, if that's all right. What sort of opportunities has this park, Aquarabia, created in terms of job opportunities in the area?
Well, I would say, between Six Flags and Aquarabia, we have over 2,000 employees. We have a heavy desire to employ Saudi nationals as a key priority for the project, and I'm happy to say that we're probably approximately 45% of our workforce is Saudi national. This is a new career opportunity, and we've tried to explain and show that just like in Orlando or in other parts of the world, this can be a long-term career. You can start out, as I did, at an entry-level position in food and beverage or aquatics, and through time and advancing yourself and your skills, you'll be able to make a lifelong career of this. And that's really our goal for all the assets within Qiddiya, is to show that this is a great growth opportunity from an employment perspective.
Okay, from a sustainability point of view, I mean, obviously managing water use and energy, presumably that's a key part of what you're focused on. How are you doing those things?
A lot of that goes into the initial design, the engineering of the parks. Many parks are decades old, 50 years, 70 years old, so they've got kind of legacy systems. Here we were able to design these parks with a lot of the modern technologies and monitoring systems. For example, BMS management systems that we can control, water temperatures, air conditioning, utilizing underground holding tanks so you don't have a massive water evaporation. So there's all of those planning that went into place in the initial design of the park.
Yeah, I mean, I thought evaporation would be a really big issue with the sorts of temperatures that can be reached. I mean, is that going to be a major challenge?
It's something that you can't avoid. However, I think we've put the best mitigation plans as possible, into the initial design of the park.
We talked about how there are a lot of standout rides, standout elements to Aquarabia. How are you going to make sure that you maintain those standout elements and stay ahead?
As any park, when we open, every attraction is new to the park, to the visitors, and we take surveys, and we want to hear from our customers on a daily, weekly, ongoing basis. And we will, as we move into, say, year 2 or year 3 of operation, understand where we may have missed on the design. Do we need more attractions for thrill seekers or the toddlers or family attractions? And then that's what evolves into our planning, our capital investment, our capital projects on what we want to add or enhance in the park. Sometimes it's rides, sometimes it's things like toilets, prayer rooms, restaurants, retail. So that's something that we monitor ongoing as the park evolves.
All right, always looking to improve and evolve. A couple of partnerships. You've got a partnership, I gather, with Saudia. I mean, how important are partnerships in driving perhaps the international visitor numbers?
I think people like to have brand association. I think what I was very impressed with Qiddiya and the entire Vision 2030 is the collaboration and the willingness for corporations and companies within the kingdom in Riyadh to partner with us and support us. It's more of a collaboration. It's really a partnership. It's not a sponsorship term. It's a partnership, and it's been great to have some of the larger companies and organizations in the kingdom to come on board and partner with us.
Okay, and just lastly, obviously you're new and lots of elements about it are going to be the novelty factor of Aquarabia. How are you going to keep the visitors coming back?
Well, we have the luxury of, we're the first 2 assets with Six Flags and Aquarabia. However, our Sir Nick Faldo golf course will be opening later this year. We have hotels coming online next year. Every 6 months, 9 months, year, there's going to be a new amazing asset opening at Qiddiya City, and that will, in my opinion, keep us, on a upward trajectory for the coming years, if not decades.
Well, it is just the beginning. It sounds like it's going to keep getting better and better. That's all we have time for. Many thanks indeed, Brian Markham, the president of Six Flags Qiddiya City and Aquarabia Water Theme Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you very much indeed to you for watching this special edition of The Real Deal on Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has the deal-maker-in-chief met his match just hours after President Donald Trump declared he had no desire to continue the Iran ceasefire? He unilaterally announced an extension. Amid threats of a return to bombing, Tehran didn't blink. Who's to blame for the deadlock? And where does the region go from here? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The absence of war is a very different thing to peace. Just ask Iran's neighbours, once again keeping their eyes on the skies, or global energy consumers for whom there's no respite in sight. The failure of US and Iranian officials to even reach the negotiating table, let alone a deal, is a global body blow. It prolongs economic pain and political uncertainty well beyond the Middle East.
This is a crisis that is probably as serious as the 1973 and the 2022 crisis combined. And this means that we are looking into some very difficult months or maybe even years, depending, of course, on the development in the Middle East.
And those developments aren't looking to crash hot. Instead of caving under the supposed weight of President Trump's latest threats, Iran paraded its military hardware on the streets of Tehran. The parliamentary speaker even taunted the US, writing on social media, Trump's ceasefire extension means nothing. The losing side cannot dictate the terms. So we'll ask our expert panel, who's to blame for the diplomatic breakdown? What are the regional implications for both the US and Iran? And has this war inflicted long-term damage on America's global relationships? Well, joining this debate is Alberto Miguel Fernandez, a former American diplomat and journalist who is Vice President of the Middle East Media Research Institute. Major General Jonathan Shaw is back with us, former head of UK Special Forces and an Assistant Chief of Defence Staff for International Security Policy. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Richard Wolff, Emeritus Professor of Economics at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and founder of Democracy at Work. Gentlemen, to all of you, welcome to Counterpoints during this very interesting and tense geopolitical time. Well, it's not unusual for US President Donald Trump to talk up the great deal he's on the verge of securing. Numerous times in the lead-up to the supposed second round of talks in Pakistan, he said Iran had agreed to all his terms and that this deal would be far superior to the previous nuclear agreement. And then, nothing. Not only had Iran not agreed, they didn't even show up in Islamabad. Alberto, why do you think the ceasefire has been extended, and does it show that perhaps President Trump has a slightly weaker hand than he wants the public to believe?
Well, actually, I think both sides have weaker hands than they think they do. So there's quite a bit of gamesmanship going on, both by the Trump administration and by the Iranian regime. So it's actually, they're both playing this game. The end game is very dangerous, is very, very fraught with all kinds of risks. So
President Trump, though, was always talking tough. He's saying, we're the dominant military power. We've got them where we want them. And he's not interested in extending the ceasefire. And then all of a sudden this. So,
well, he has the advantage.
He
he has basically, I mean, from his view, is that with the naval blockade, with sanctions, with a regime that suffered supposedly $270 billion worth of damages, if the U.S. just continues to do what it's doing now, it has Iran over a barrel. That's certainly the Americans' perspective. But both sides, as I said, are angling, between who is more patient and who is more desperate. And they're both seeking to communicate that I am the one who's patient and you're the one who's desperate.
Jonathan, does President Trump have Iran over a barrel?
No, I don't think so. I think he, militarily, of course he does. Militarily, he's completely dominant. But what this war is showing, as in Iraq and Afghanistan, it's all very well having military dominance, but if it doesn't translate into political outcomes that you want, then it's all a bit of a waste of time. And, he can keep flattening Iran all he wants, but actually, politically, he's showing no sign of success at all. In fact, politically, he's shown himself to be rather weaker, because the big threat to the world that the Iranians have always held over them, i.e. the closure of the Hormuz Strait, has been shown to be a valid threat. So, politically, it's not clear that he's actually achieved anything. And domestically, this is an appalling outcome for him. The MAGA are so anti-forever wars, and yet this looks like becoming a forever war. You've got the midterm elections coming on. You've got the damage that he's doing to the global economy. You've got the Gulf allies threatened, their salination plants and their energy plants. And you've got the tech bros now coming in with their data centers in the Gulf, which are threatened again by Iran. And the tech bros, crucial to the United States stock market. If Iran damages the data centers there and puts back American advances in artificial intelligence, then so much for the American stock market. So I think he's in a real pickle, Trump. He really is in a pickle. He got loads of voices saying don't do it. But unfortunately, and the final thing we haven't mentioned is that there are more than two people in this debate. There's a backseat driver in all this. And anything that Trump wants to agree, Netanyahu has a veto on. So you're three people in this debate, and they've all got different objectives, and it doesn't work.
Richard, I feel like you want to jump in there.
Yeah, let me jump in.
Go.
I'm speaking to you from New York City, so I'm in the United States, looking at all of this. And what I will tell you is that for us here, it looks like the Iranians have the cards, they have the dominant position. I won't repeat the arguments that were made already to that effect. I'll just add a couple more. This is a country here which doesn't want an inflation, but sees one coming from his policy. Doesn't want a war. This is the first war that I can remember in my lifetime, and I was born and lived and worked in the United States all my life. This is the first war where the majority public opinion is against the war from day one, not a year or two in when they're exhausted and the horror of it comes home, but right from the beginning. This is a war that the majority of Americans didn't want. And it is important that his own base which used to include people like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and many others, have deserted him, are turning against him, are running against him. The few by-elections we're having are going against him. This is a man who made decisions, above all this one, to attack Iran, that have entrapped him in a way from which he now finds it extremely difficult to escape. Whether you call it a down ramp or anything else really doesn't matter. He is trapped. There's nothing he can do. That's why he keeps extending these deadlines, saying one thing and another. Last point. We are a country that needs desperately to believe that it is not in a process of decline, and it needs a cheerleading president who is going to take over Greenland and reclaim the Panama Canal and punish the Iranians. This is political theater that the situation, he thinks, demands, but he's taken it far beyond what the population is willing to tolerate.
Alberto, you were shaking your head there. I mean, is the public against this war? Is President Trump in a pickle?
Well, somehow only America is in a pickle. What will we do? Oh, no. Come on. I see that this discussion is going to be 2 against 1, but I welcome those odds. Look, I'll keep it balanced for you. The overwhelming majority of the president's base supports the president in the war. 90-something% of Republicans, of MAGA Republicans, support the president. I mean, to talk about Tucker Carlson or these marginal figures who have become even more marginal over the past few months is distracting. Is the war generally unpopular? Yes. Does it put tensions on the MAGA coalition? Absolutely. But to paint this grim picture as if only America is somehow trapped and in a pickle is quite frankly ridiculous. Iran has absorbed tremendous damage, which if it doesn't get sanctions relief and if it doesn't get hundreds of billions of dollars from somebody, it itself is trapped. Not that there's going to be American regime change or Israeli regime change. It's going to be a regime that maybe will survive, but with a very, very grim, bitter internal reality that is going to face in the years to come. So this is a regime that desperately needs relief. I would say the risk is, and I don't minimize the challenges of Trump. I don't minimize the mistakes of the administration, but the Iranian regime needs a way out. It needs some kind of deal as well. I would say the danger is that it will offer the Trump administration something which will be perhaps good enough to tempt Trump, the deal maker, but that in the long run will not change the reality on the ground. So, yes, the Americans have challenges in front of them. I don't minimize them, but this kind of doomy, gloomy situation as if only the United States is somehow in this terrible situation is ridiculous. People complain about high prices here, sure, but it's nothing like the high prices of Europe or the Third World or the UK. We're the world's largest oil exporter. The United States waged a war thousands of miles away from its shore, battered a country of 90 million people, and suffered 14 dead, half of them as a result of accidents. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, but the reason we emphasize the United States is that the world is dominated by this country and has been for 75 years. And one of the ways it's been doing that is militarily. And now we see not just what's going on in Iran, but in the context. The United States lost the war in Vietnam. It lost the war in Iraq. It lost the war in Afghanistan. Now it's losing again. This is a pattern that suggests that there's something really wrong here in the United States. It's not solving it.
Because where is Vietnam today? Vietnam today has cordial relations with the United States. Afghanistan is ruled by the Taliban.
I did not interrupt you. So you can be so kind. Let me finish. I'm sure our hostess here will tell us when we have to be adjusted to one another. So
indeed,
it's important to focus on the United States because of its dominant position in the world. If you can get the United States to stop behaving in the way that it just did and is now, that is a more important event for the world than anything that happens in Iran. That's because of the difference of these two countries in terms of the world. And now, one last point to your issue of the great damage to Iran. Iran has two very important friends. One of them is called Russia, and the other one is called China. And there's a direct passage from China through Russia to Iran. That is not only available to deliver missiles and drones forever, but it is also available to help that country recover and has already said it will do so. So the cards are not quite the way you laid out. They are not as desperate as we wish they were in this country. Otherwise, they would never have done what they've already done, which is refuse to be overwhelmed by not just the bombing, but the execution of the religious leader of that country. An extraordinary act that the whole world looks at in ways that go to your third person in our conversation, who understands the politics, which includes the religious implications of what you are doing.
We've lost our connection with Jonathan, so we're going to proceed with the both of you, Alberto and Richard, while we get Jonathan back on the line, just for our audience to be aware. Alberto, it is an interesting point. I mean, Iran is suffering. I mean, they're saying staples like bread at least 3 times the price. People are struggling to be able to get the daily necessities. They are in a very difficult situation. And yet, they weren't as eager as perhaps President Trump would have liked to get back to the negotiating table. Is there a concern that while President Trump has been rebuilding his military and redirecting more troops to the region during this ceasefire, that, as Richard has said, Russia and China have been assisting Iran during this downtime as well? And what position does that put the United States in?
Well, I wrote from the beginning of this war that a likely scenario was that the Iranian regime would be weakened internationally and strengthened internally. In other words, that it would be ruthless internally and exert its power on the Iranian people. After all, this is a regime that just killed 10, 20, 30,000 people in January of this year. But I wanted to answer the question on the religious dimension because I thought that was ludicrous. People in Damascus and throughout the Arab world were handing out sweets when Ali Khamenei was killed. You know, the idea that this person represents Islam or even Shia Islam or even Iranian Shia Islam is the fever dreams of the mullahs. That's not the real world. That's not the Middle East that I know and spent most of my career living in. As I said, people are literally celebrating that Khamenei, the butcher of the Syrian people, of Lebanese, of Iraqis, had been killed. So let's put this in context. Iran is already in economic crisis. It was in economic crisis before the war began in 2025, which led to the revolt of January 2026. As I said, you know, there are exaggerations that happen. I think the Americans exaggerate what the damage they did, and I'm sure the Iranians minimize the damage that they minimize publicly the damage that they suffered. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on here. But to portray this solely as kind of, oh my goodness, an American defeat, when you see what Iran has suffered and the ability of the United States to project power, which neither Russia nor China has, remains undiminished.
The power, I guess we live in different planets. If you assassinate the leader of that country, you don't have to be in agreement with the people in that country on every subject to feel as though this is an attack on you. The signs indicate that it unified, as you yourself just said, the people in Iran. even though they had enormous differences and struggles, they've come together and shown that they are not about to be the partner of the United States in getting
There's no
rid
evidence of that. There's no evidence of what you say.
Okay, we've got Jonathan back, so I want to bring Jonathan up to date with what we've been discussing and get his perspective on this. Internally, Jonathan, we've been discussing Khamenei, whether there is a sense that maybe Iran is internationally not as strong, but or domestically not as strong, internationally stronger. I mean, is what is happening internally within Iran not reflected on the international stage? Is there a disconnect, and is that perhaps why we're seeing the White House struggle with their interpretation of what's going on?
I think the problem is that America is not clear how to get out of this. I'm with Richard. I believe that the America is in a bit of a mess. And I think it's in a particular mess when you look at the topic that I'm sure we're going to come on to, which is to look at the long-term consequence of this. If you look at America's position in the world, its power is based in large part on the petrodollar, which was an agreement struck up between Kissinger and Saudi Arabia in the 1970s, which guaranteed that all oil was traded in dollars. And as a quid pro quo, the Americans agreed to protect the Gulf states. And this was reinforced with the Carter Doctrine after the Iranian Revolution. And so both of those security guarantees now look completely flawed and have been exposed as being, as the United States being incapable of delivering on those things, because all the Gulf states have now been hit. You know, there's been a hit on the LNG plant in Qatar that they say will take 3 to 5 years to fix. This is the sort of damage that the Carter Doctrine and the Kissinger, the petrodollar deal was meant to guarantee never happened. And it's happened because the United States and Israel launched a completely unnecessary war on Iran. And I say unnecessary, I'm just quoting really what the head of the CIA said, who described the Mossad chief's intelligence as justification for a war as complete bullshit. So,
we're going to come regionally to that issue in a moment. But surely Iran has some responsibility here for the breakdown in these discussions. The White House is saying that their internal differences are fracturing any ability to negotiate. So surely Iran needs to get their act together as well.
Well, I think the Iranians, I'd have a certain sympathy with the Iranians if they had very little belief in the American ability to negotiate, because on 2 occasions now they've been negotiating, and according to the British representative on that team, Jonathan Powell, our national security advisor, they were making good progress on their deal, and then right in the middle of it, the Americans attack Iran. So this is no way to negotiate. You can't be having a negotiation with a country and then the opponents take out your senior leader without any warning. I mean, this is the crazy behavior that destroys trust. All negotiations depend on trust, and America has, to my mind, completely squandered the trust of the Iranians.
Alberto, has it?
Yeah, right. That's why they put up demands for going to Islamabad, and then they dropped those demands. Look, come on. The Iranian regime is a regime which has 47 years of experience in talking diplomacy and killing people and blowing up embassies and killing hundreds of soldiers, civilians, you name it, they've done it. So the idea that somehow the West has gone beyond the pale because we had some kind of surgical strike against the Iranian leadership, and horrors, the Iranians will not talk to the Americans. Come on, the Iranians are not so naive. In fact, very few countries are that naive.
Well, naivete, I would give you the surprise. Over the last 47 years, we've killed many more people than that in Vietnam and Iraq and in Afghanistan. What is this selective collection of data on people being killed? The American government is in no position whatsoever to lecture anybody on duplicity in their behavior. And let me tell you something. To have as your delegates, your negotiators, Mr. Kushner and Mr. Witkoff, who are both long-term allies of Israel, Netanyahu, and Zionism, is an act of disrespect of the most profound nature.
Okay.
Talk about divisions in Iran.
They're also completely ignorant about Iran.
Okay, let me
They're
get
completely ignorant about foreign affairs.
let me get Alberto's response to that. Do you think that there is a semblance of not proceeding in good faith with these negotiations?
I think the Iranians are completely cynical about this, and actually, I think in the Middle East, everyone is completely cynical about this. Everyone knows that you project power, you attack your enemies, you negotiate, you cede when you have to, you don't when you don't have to, and somehow my colleagues here are somehow pretending that we live in this kind of, I don't know, a fantasy world where the Iranians are going to be upset at us. Come on. That's not the way realpolitik works. That's not the way war and diplomacy work. It's certainly not the way the countries of the Middle East understand the world, including Iran and including Iran's adversaries, whether Arab countries or Turkey or Israel.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And that kind of crude realism is what got us into the mess that we're in. That way of thinking, that's what governs the United States government. And look at that, at the hole it has dug for itself and for the American people who are watching this war and do not want to be in the position that Mr. Trump wants us to go in. And gratefully, we are learning that here in the United States, more and more people are turning away from all of that. That kind of cynical repartee, that is what diplomats often use to cover the most ugly behavior in the world, doesn't fly. You're not being realistic. You're on the losing side of this arrangement, and you don't want to face the possibility that that might be the case and that you might have to adjust your approach, your style, your way of reading the people.
Okay, before I move us on to our regional perspective, I'll get your response on that, Alberto. Is the US in a losing position? Or maybe let's frame it this way. Would it be beneficial for the United States and the negotiating team to approach the prospect of further negotiations in a different manner? Are we looking at needing to change the Trumpian diplomatic style?
I mean, there's Trumpian diplomatic style, that's rhetoric, whatever. Look, the war is going to be decided based on a realization from both sides that they're getting something that is valuable to them. What that is, what that scenario is, we don't know. We don't know that in terms of the Iranian regime, and we actually don't know that in terms of the Trump administration. What is the Trump administration willing to say, this is enough, this is what we want, we'll take it. The Iranian regime in the same way. So I think all the rest and the insults and the kind of that's irrelevant. This will be decided on the realpolitik positions, the hardcore decisions of both the Iranian regime, a terrible, terrible regime we hope falls soon, and the American administration. That's just the way it's going to be.
Well, let's move this on to a bit of a strategic and regional perspective now. Military theorist Karl von Clausewitz defined war as the continuation of politics by other means. Well, in this instance, it's clear the US and Israel have attempted to use hard power to achieve their political objectives in Iran, but have they been successful? Iran remains defiant and still bold enough to issue demands of their own. So, Jonathan, let's bring you back in here. Do you think the overall US strategy has been successful? Or do you think that they have gained some regional advantage by proving just how important their security guarantees are to Gulf neighbours?
I am still puzzling as to work out what the US strategy actually is, because all I see is a lot of military tactics. And, the destruction of Iran is easy to do. I mean, that's what militaries do. They kill people and break things. And the United States is extremely good at killing people and breaking things. The tricky bit is to link that to some political outcome and to make sure that the military are an enabling force. Otherwise, as in Afghanistan and Iraq and in Vietnam, we show yet again that the American military kills a lot of people, breaks a lot of things, and ends up with no political outcome that it wants. So are we going to face exactly the same thing here in Iran? And I rather think we are. And this just shows this isn't because America is stupid. There are a lot of very clever people in the American military and in the American establishment. But it just shows that to me, that the American war, this war in Iran, is not being run by the Americans. It's being run by the Israelis. And the Israelis are very keen on forever wars. I spent 3 years being the main liaison from our Ministry of Defense with Israel. And I was told firsthand by people in charge of Israeli forces dealing with Gaza that they didn't worry about the political consequences when they hit Gaza, because every time the Gazans rose up in revolt at Hamas, they would just go in and mow the grass. So they were quite happy with that idea. This culture of forever wars, of using the military just to wipe out assassins. You can see it. I mean, it's a minor form of what we saw with President Assad in 1982, when he faced a political revolt in a place called Hama, and he just sent the troops in and literally annihilated the village and killed everyone. That is one way of achieving a political end with your military. It's just to destroy literally everything. And then, there were newspaper headlines the other day, certainly in Britain, about how Donald Trump got so desperate in his frustration as to what to do that he reached for the nuclear codes, and that this was stopped by the chief of defense. So, we're in tricky times here when it is not clear to me what the consistent strategy is or strategic goals are of the United States.
Alberto, are the strategic goals being run by Israel here, as Jonathan has intimated? Is this Israel's regional objectives rather than the United States' objectives?
It has been the policy of the United States for decades. It was true under Obama, it was true under Bush, it was true under Biden, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Cannot. And that all things, any option was on the table. That is the policy of the administration going back to when I was a young diplomat in the Gulf, 40 years ago. And it still is the policy of the United States. So this harping on Israel it's a little shallow, a little tiresome, Israel, of course, is involved in forever wars against people who want to wage war against it forever. For example, Israel is not at war with two of its neighbors.
Oh, Alberto, I've lost your audio. I don't know if we've lost your audio there, Alberto? Yes. No, we can't hear you. Oh dear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, now I can hear you again. Okay, great. Apologies, I don't know. We all lost your audio there. I'll allow you to finish your point. You were saying that Israel is interested in... Oh, no, has neighbours that it's not interested in having a forever war with. That's where we lost your audio. If you'd like to continue on your answer from there.
Of course, Israel has, and far be it for me to have to defend them. They can defend themselves, but has peace treaty with, with its Arab neighbors in Egypt and in Jordan, and they're long lasting. In fact, Israel even sells natural gas to Egypt. So kind of portraying things in this kind of dire, exaggerated way is unbecoming. The world is different, I think, than my colleagues are portraying it to be.
What do you think, though, regionally, in a regional strategic sense, do you think the US is in a stronger or a weaker position regionally as a result of this conflict?
I don't think we know, because the war is not over yet, and there's not an end game. And that, I agree with everything everyone else has been saying in terms of the end game. We don't know how it ends. And that's always been a challenge. That's always been a question mark for the Americans. For example, Iran has lost a lot of stuff destroyed. It's lost a lot of leaders. Both of those things regenerate. It has not yet lost something which it won't get again. For example, it's Hezbollah card or something relating to the Strait of Hormuz. So things like that will determine strategically whether or not the United States has achieved some of its goals or not. Things like that, or the nuclear issue and like that. So we actually don't know how this ends yet.
Okay. Richard, give us your regional strategic sense. Is Israel the front seat driver here and the US is taking a back seat? Or are we seeing the US trying to push forward its regional strategic goals, and have they been successful?
Well, quite correct. The United States has had this alliance with Israel for many years. That's pretty well known. And they went into this war together, just like they went into the 12-day war roughly a year ago, also together. They've been doing this kind of work together. They help each other with their assassination of leaders around the world, as best we can tell. Certainly the United States does nothing to dissociate itself with that. If anything, copies it with Maduro in Venezuela, trying to do that kind of thing. So, that's the United States wielding its global power. In my own opinion, as an American, the problem and the cause of that war isn't the things we've been talking about. It's the fact that the American empire, inherited from the British, is now declining. And that can't be admitted. That can't be faced. The British should be advising us on how to manage it, because they've had to do it for a much longer time, and they've gotten used to it. We haven't yet. We still pretend it isn't the case, and we make wars along the way. If I were to tell you what, in my judgment, led Mr. Trump to do this, it had nothing to do with Iran. It has to do with Mr. Trump's domestic difficulties. Two issues that are undoing his presidency. One is the sex scandal around Epstein, very serious, even in England with Prince Andrew. And the other one is an economic situation that is spinning out of control. I'm an economics professor. I spend my life studying this. I've never seen the American economy in my lifetime in as bad a condition of dead ends that it's in now, with a competitor for the first time in the People's Republic of China, which it does not know how to cope with. Those are the issues that produce this extravagant demonstration that is mostly theater of destroying Iran, true enough, but without a political clarity, because you can't say what the real reasons are, so you have to say all this blah, 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 that nobody can figure out.
Okay, you raised China, so then let's move to a global perspective there. Alberto, I'll get you to respond to that. Are we looking at a situation here where Russia and China are reveling in the uncertainty that this conflict has created, because it's opening doors for them to counter some of the US influence in the Middle East? Do you think that that's an issue?
You mean Russia, which is in its fourth or fifth year of an incredibly bloody war?
It is looking like getting some sanction relief, though. It's had sanction relief because the US is so desperate for some oil.
I don't see Russia as this colossus, and China is certainly an economic challenge to the United States. I don't see the Chinese Navy coming into the Gulf and trying to open it or trying to stop the Americans. And
soft power, though? What do you think about influence?
Of course, they are allies of Iran, and they're going to be happy that Iran is standing up to the Americans and do your best and stuff like that. Of course, that's always true. But I think that we kind of exaggerate again, kind of how much Russia can do and how much China can do. Certainly in the region, I don't see them projecting power. I know the Gulf states are furious at what they see as Chinese passivity in the face of Iran attacking the Gulf states. Remember, the Gulf states are also major exporters of oil to China. And so I think that after the war, there's going to be a settling of accounts. Yes, there are going to be questions asked about the American relationship, but there are also going to be questions asked about the Chinese relationship. There are going to be all kinds of questions asked by the Gulf states and others on how best to defend themselves, and most importantly, how to make sure that what Iran is doing, closing the Strait of Hormuz, never happens again, affecting the oil economy of the Arab states. They're going to be building pipelines, land routes to the Levant, to the Red Sea, all over the place.
It's wonderful. You admit in this way the enormous impact that this decision to go to war has. Everybody's reconsidering their alliances. Everybody is reconsidering their investment plans. You have transformed the world, and what you've shown is that an American president who, by our own citizens' understanding, is on the edge, literally, of insanity. Many have now begun to move against him. We have a clause in our Constitution.
Come on, you brought up Epstein. If you want to talk about insanity, we can talk about your insanity.
I understand your position is weak, so you have to interrupt. But it would be nicer if you just let me finish.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll keep it polite, so we won't do personal attacks. But I'll let you finish your comment there, and then we'll get Alberto's response.
The problem here is that the United States was the empire, and it's forcing everyone to recognize, for example, in the Gulf, that when you have an American base there, it's not that you're more secure, you're less secure. You've become a target, and a target that's reachable by an enemy. And the grandiosity, the Iranians will never be able to close the Strait. Well, yes, they will. Everything now points to the fact that they can, and they do, and they will, and that's a tool that they will use. And the Houthis may do that in the Red Sea, and on and on. Those things have to be dealt with, and the problem is the American empire, in part because of the Chinese alternative and the Russian alliance with them, is making that harder and harder to do, leading to both desperate acts like the war in Iran and all kinds of internal troubles at the same time. And those are going to shape what we are all talking about.
Okay, Jonathan, I'm going to ask for your input in just a moment, but I just want your direct and brief reaction to that, Alberto. You know, has this one action from the United States completely changed global alliances forever?
Oh, no, not at all. I think what you're going to see is something which was, speaking of the Gulf, for example, and of the Arab world, you're going to see a doubling down of what's already been going on for a very long time in the Arab world, which is countries are going to hedge their bets. They're going to buy American, and they're going to buy South Korean. They're going to buy French. They're going to buy Israeli, whatever they need to beef up their air defense, whatever they need to protect themselves. This is, I said, this has been going on 20 years ago in the Arab world. We were talking about this. So this is kind of basically going to happen. The world is changing, and wars sometimes do change the world. There's no doubt about that.
Okay. Jonathan, was the world already changing? Has this conflict moved all the chess pieces around in an unexpected or unprecedented way? Or is what Alberto is saying correct, that these are shifting times anyway?
I do think we're at a moment of change. I think the three key relationships are all going to change. And I define those three key relationships as the Arab relationship with Israel. I think that's going to change. We've discussed that in a bit already. I mean, it's remarkable how 1967, 1973, the threats to Israel, the existential threat, came from the near abroad. What's happened since the Iranian Revolution is that, and Netanyahu deserves a lot of credit for this, he's actually pushed the threat to Israel from being the near abroad to Iran. And suddenly all those countries that were very against Israel, they were coming up with the Abraham Accord. I would say the Abraham Accord is probably at its high watermark now, because I think what this war has shown is that Israel is careless of Arab interests. It didn't tell them it was going into war. It didn't prepare them for it. And it was very much a singular act by Israel and the United States. And I think that really pissed off the Gulf states. So I think that relationship's going to change. The American relationship with the Arabs, I've already said, I think, in my view, this damages the whole credibility of the petrodollar deal. You're seeing already oil being sold in currencies other than the dollar, and, you know, in the effect on the I mean, I looked to Richard to see what the economic consequences for the United States are if it loses its petrodollar dominance, and if suddenly the whole American debt becomes unaffordable. And then the third relationship, which I think is intriguing and is being redrawn, will be redrawn, is the Israeli-American relationship. You know, Israel is often, you know, I always remember Bill Clinton saying, "Who the hell's the superpower here?" You know, such is the power of Israel. And you've got to say that relationship, I think, now is severely under question. You're looking today in the Financial Times, a great article by Ed Luce, talking about, I was looking around, I just had it with me earlier, in which he talks about the consequences of 60% of Americans now have an unfavorable view of Israel. 3/4 of 18 to 29-year-olds prefer Palestinians to Israel. You know, no longer is Israel seen as the David fighting the Goliath of the Arab states. It's more seen as a heavy-handed militarism. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to see a lot of people questioning why America is pumping so much money and getting dragged into these wars. Because my view of what's going to happen in the United States is the United States is going to double down on its national security strategy, which very much saw the United States returning to the Monroe Doctrine and looking after the Western Hemisphere and really not giving a damn what happens in the Middle East and just letting those pesky foreigners have their own squabbles but not involve the United States. That's what I think is going to happen.
Mm. Let me, if I briefly speak to the points he raised.
Very briefly, if you can, Richard, because then I'll bring Alberto in for a response.
Fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number one, when to look at the Israel-American relationship, you have to look at the single most important determinant of it, which is a lobbying group here in the United States called AIPAC. And to understand why congressional votes go the way they do and the alliances are made, there's an effort, incredibly well funded, that has been dominant in this country for a long time. That also is now losing. And I can give you the best example. I'm talking to you from New York City. We just had an election. We elected as our mayor a Muslim socialist who ran on the campaign that if Benjamin Netanyahu visits New York, I will have him arrested. And not only did he win the vote, he won the vote by a lot, and he won an overwhelming majority of Jewish voters.
It's one city, though, Richard. Is that really reflective of the way all of America thinks?
Yes, it's the #1 city in the country. It's not just the city. It's the city that provides guidance. It's a little bit like California. It's where the rest of the country goes 12 months later. It is crucial that could happen in this country. That's the first thing. The second thing, let me add, there's another relationship that's changing, and that's the relationship between the United States and what used to be its allies, Mexico, Canada, and Western Europe. That relationship is very badly damaged.
Okay.
Mr. Carney in Canada is making a career out of that damage, and he's not going to go. I think it's crucial to understand how much damage is being done by this war in Iran that they think is a matter of military games.
Okay, all right. Alberto, on a global scale, has this war done long-term damage to US's relationship with its allies?
No. There are trends already that existed that may have damaged relations. In other words, the tension over NATO being a deadbeat, this goes back even before Trump was in office. So that tension was already there. I mean, the war may have made it worse and may not have affected it, but it's nothing new. The Arab ambivalence has always been there. I do agree with Jonathan, though. How about that? I do agree with Jonathan in that there's no doubt that the United States wants to and intends to segue away from the Eurasian landmass from the Middle East and focus on the Americas. And that's obviously part of President Trump's national security strategy. And it's clearly something that the administration sees and people outside the administration see as really important, that Latin America has been ignored and we've spent too much time and effort, but not just on the Middle East, too much time and effort on Ukraine and on lots of other things which are not core American interests.
So if that is the core American interest, why has the president pivoted so strongly and has dedicated so much time and resources to the Middle East?
Well, I mean, this is an old story. Obama said how he wanted to pivot to Asia and he kept getting dragged into the Middle East. So presidents, in fact, you can even go back even before Obama, have complained about being dragged back into the Middle East because the issues were seen as so important and so significant. War and peace, Arab-Israeli, terrorism, global extremism, jihadism, had a way of kind of seeing to spill over and involve American interests. So the United States always felt that it had to do something. As I said on Iran, it's been U.S. policy that Iran is an adversary that needs to be stopped for 47 years. You can debate about how or when or what, but it's a consistent policy for half a century.
A very quick fire question to each of you, because we are very close to being out of time. Jonathan, let me start with you first. I'm going to ask you to look into your crystal ball here. Will fighting resume, or will we see a long-term extension of this ceasefire?
I think Trump will continue to ramp up his forces. I think he'll continue to posture, but I don't think he'll actually resume the violence, because I think the opponents to it, the damage that would be caused to his base would be too great. And
do you think Iran will go back to striking its? Even if the US doesn't strike, do you think Iran is going to?
No, they've no incentive to. They've got the Straits of Hormuz where they want it.
What about if the US continues to blockade Iranian ports?
Well, I read today in the newspapers that 34 ships have gone through the blockade, that it's not effective.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Okay, Alberto, look into your crystal ball. Will fighting resume, or will we see a long-term ceasefire, potentially a deal?
You know, a deal is too strong of a word, but I could see some kind of interim, some kind of arrangement where the U.S. declares victory and goes home, gets something, you know.
Is it going to be superior to the previous nuclear agreement, as President Trump has been promising?
I think it's likely, at least on the surface, you know, both agreements, you know, it's go looking at the future, but it will have elements that were not in the original agreement, which was a very narrow agreement, of course.
Mm-hmm. All right, Richard, round us out. More fighting, long-term ceasefire.
A long-term ceasefire, frozen conflict, all kinds of words. But, you know, it's very difficult. Our president is famous for saying one thing one day and the opposite the next day. The man is out of control. The government he runs is out of control. We all know it, even if folks in the rest of the world can't quite get themselves to understand it. And that's not Mr. Trump's fault. He's got a problem, and a problem he cannot admit, so he's constantly drawn. If you ask yourself the question, why all of these things have happened that haven't worked out real well, it's because we have a big problem. Our empire is in decline, and we can't admit it. We can't have a conversation. We can't talk about what that means. Mm-hmm. We can't sit with our adversaries and talk about how to live on a planet where the old empire is dying. And so we continue to have substitutions, but this one got him into a terrible mess. He's losing as a result. He knows it. That stupid he isn't. And he has to get out. And so he's now figuring out how to get out. And he will, as the other gentleman said, he will declare victory no matter what the reality is, because he has to. That's part of the denial that a dying empire suffers defeats. When I speak around the United States and I explain the defeat in Vietnam and Afghanistan, the young people particularly look at me, they never heard it before.
Okay.
In their minds, we won those wars also.
Mm-hmm. Well, regardless of why you all think we could get there, you've all come to the same forecast, and that is that we could be in this long-term sort of frozen conflict, a long-term ceasefire. Let's see where that uncertainty leads us. It's a complex issue. It's a difficult one to be debating, so I really do appreciate the expertise across everyone on our panel, and thank you for persevering with some of our technical issues as well. Alberto Fernandez, former American diplomat and journalist; Major General Jonathan Shaw, former head of the UK Special Forces and Assistant Chief of Defence Staff of International Security Policy; and Richard Wolff, Distinguished Economics Professor and author and founder of Democracy at Work. To all of you, thank you for your expertise and your opinions on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, don't forget, follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10th, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump, during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump says he wasn't worried during the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night and stands by the Secret Service as the suspect appears in court. Plus, Trump assures King Charles will be safe during his state visit to the U.S., despite security concerns following the shooting in Washington. And the U.S. receives a new Iranian proposal through Pakistani mediators, which includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz, but postponing nuclear negotiations. President Trump has said he wasn't worried during the shooting that unfolded at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington on Saturday night. Officials say he's standing by the Secret Service amid concerns the hotel wasn't secure enough. The suspect has been named by U.S. media as 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California, who has appeared in court today. Here's what White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters earlier.
This is the third major assassination attempt against President Trump in 2 years. No other president in history has faced such repeated, serious attempts on his life. Saturday was supposed to be a joyful evening, celebrating free speech and the First Amendment with all of you, members of the press. Instead, the night was hijacked by a crazed anti-Trump individual who traveled across the country to assassinate the president and as many administration officials as possible. First and foremost, the president, the first lady, and everyone in this White House are extraordinarily grateful to the brave law enforcement professionals who sprang into action to apprehend the would-be assassin and keep all of us safe.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Washington correspondent Sarah Firth and broadcaster and presenter Jono Hay. Sarah and Jono, great to have you on the show. Sarah, let's begin with you because you're in Washington. What's the reaction been to this incident? And what more do we know about the suspect because he has appeared in court?
He has, yes. So, Leigh Ann, the suspect appeared in court today and he has been charged with 3 federal counts. So they include count 1, an attempt to assassinate the president, count 2, transportation of a firearm and ammunition through interstate commerce, and charge 3, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. Now, prosecutors have been asked to detain him before trial, and we have been told that there is going to be a detention hearing, and that has been set, Leigh Ann, for April 30th. Now, we heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt speaking at the press conference today. This message was part reassurance, part warning, part political attack. She reiterated the lines that we heard from President Donald Trump about the bravery of the Secret Service agents, the good job that they did evacuating the president and ensuring that everyone was safe during that incident. But she also warned about the dangerous political rhetoric that she put firmly at the feet of the Democrats. She named a number of them, saying that this has led to a climate in which incidents like this have been able to occur. Of course, critics are already hitting back, saying that cuts both ways. Importantly, we've seen reporting from the Washington Post as well, Leigh Ann. Now, this is, they're saying that the Correspondents' Dinner lacked the highest security level despite the presence of top officials. So usually when you have President Donald Trump and the Vice President J.D. Vance in the same room, that line of succession for the presidency, it's very unusual actually for them to be in the same place at the same time. Secret Service don't usually like that to happen if it can be avoided. But in this instance, you had them both in the same room along with a number of very high-ranking administration officials, and the reporting saying that they didn't have that highest security level despite that presence. That is going to be being investigated, looked at, seeing where Secret Service can perhaps improve. Caroline Leavitt, of course, was very clear to point out that, of course, those details the Secret Service don't make particularly public, though the details around how they secure certain areas are kept pretty tight. She did say they didn't have a designated survivor for that particular event because there were a number of senior officials in the line of succession who weren't in attendance at the dinner, so they hadn't needed a designated survival. But there will absolutely now be a serious look at the security protocols, whether more can be done. And the big question, how did someone with a gun get in such close range of the President of the United States?
And it's really interesting because lots of correspondents and journalists who were at that dinner have spoken about how lax the security was, and they did comment on that and say for an event on this scale it was pretty surprising. But Jono, as Sarah said, Donald Trump, Caroline Leavitt, they are standing by Secret Service agents, but surely questions will have to be asked about what went wrong, and like Sarah said, why someone just got so close.
Yeah, and I guess, Leigh Ann, look, publicly standing behind the Secret Service is exactly what you'd expect from a sitting president in the immediate aftermath. But yeah, and Sarah rightly pointed out, I think behind the scenes there is going to be absolutely a lot of pressure on here because, I mean, the reality is the Secret Service are very busy. They're protecting 40 to 50 high-profile individuals at any given time. So the operation there is built on that layered security. You've got the perimeters, the screening that should have taken place, but also they rely heavily on intelligence. So how a suspect got so close or close enough to open fire near a checkpoint of this level raises some serious questions, like about a few different things. The access, the control, as you rightly pointed out, the threat detection. So it's not just about the response. Now, I mean, to their credit, the response did its work, didn't it? I mean, it neutralized the suspect pretty quickly. So in principle, Trump, the First Lady, Vice President, Cabinet, they were all moved to safety very, very quickly. But, I mean, that's the core job. They executed that part efficiently, although looking back at it afterwards, and I could be wrong about this, but it seemed like it was a lifetime from the moment the shot rang out through to the moment that they were all removed safely from that room. Did feel like quite a long time. And historically, any incident like this will trigger a huge review. There's been previous breaches that we've seen in the past, like in 2014, there was that White House fence intrusion as well. So that saw a massive overhaul within the Secret Service as well. So I think something similar is likely to happen here. For the next couple of weeks and months, you'll see tighter guest screening, which is expected. Those buffer zones are likely to be a little bit larger as well, because we're hearing reports, and like Sarah said, that it was pretty much a free-for-all until the very, very last moment getting through security. And I think you'll probably see limited proximity for these larger scale events in the near future. I mean, the administration has to publicly back the Secret Service, but I'm sure internally there's going to be a full security reassessment. There's no question about that. And there will be some changes that will be made. And I think we're going to go back to seeing a bit more of the bulletproof glass at many of these public events in the future again. I think that's probably what's going to happen here.
And it's really interesting that you say that, because we know, Sarah, President Donald Trump loves to be seen. He loves to connect with the fans. He likes to be close to those people that he is the president of. And that's what people love about Donald Trump. He's so accessible. But a lot of people have been asking the question about political violence in the US, Sarah, and how we're seeing it sort of become more and more prevalent. This is the third assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life. Charlie Kirk lost his life due to a shooter. And it seems that the temperature is so high on both sides of the aisle.
Yes, and this is the point that Caroline Levitt sought to make in that press conference, is that the rhetoric, the political temperature needs to really be lowered. She was naming Democrats, but of course, plenty of people are pointing out some of the past comments that the president himself, just over the last couple of weeks, has made. The rhetoric has, without question, ratcheted up to a point here that it's almost become normalized to hear sort of quite shocking statements being made, even in jest. I thought it was interesting what Jono was saying there about sort of security that we might see now in the future, because, of course, in the wake of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, you did have that stepping up of security, the glass screens going up in front of the president. Caroline Levitt saying today at the press conference, she was really wanting to underline to the media, look, President Trump likes to be out among the people. He could very easily, she said, stay safely in the White House, not venture out, but he does so because he believes in not bowing to the pressure from the likes of crazy people who are doing crazy things. And she attributed those crazy people doing crazy things to some of that rhetoric. But it clearly does cut both ways, and that is a discussion that is going to be had. You've got one of the talk show hosts here in America, Jimmy Kimmel, under fire for making a joke. The First Lady commenting on that. A little bit ironic, perhaps some would say, given that this incident took place at the White House Correspondents Association's dinner, which is a celebration of press freedom. So there's a whole bunch of issues here, press freedom, freedom of speech. What is clear, though, is that the political violence in the United States has seemed to have ratcheted up recently. Now, President Trump himself, in an interview with American media, he said he wasn't particularly worried that, there'd been violence in the past. It kind of came with the job. He said at one point, I hate to say it, but I'm quite proud of it because it meant he was the president doing this important job. But I think there's also another very important point that I just want to make quickly, Leigh Ann, and that is that you have gun violence deterrent activists here in the United States that are raising the point that it's not dangerous rhetoric that kills people, right? It's guns that kill people. And that is an ongoing issue. Some have called it a moral failure in America. It is gun violence and gun-related deaths are the #1 leading cause of deaths for children between the ages of 0 and I think it's 1 to 19. The #1 killer of children is gun violence and gun-related crime. So this is something that advocates of safer gun laws, of more restrictions, have been pointing out. And I think it's worth reading you the reaction of the father of a 14-year-old girl called Jamie Guttenberg, who was killed in the Parkland school shooting. He said, if you were horrified watching our elected leaders scramble because of gun violence, just imagine how my daughter, Jamie, felt in school running from this killer who took her life. And that is the message that a lot of activists for tightening up gun safety laws are making, is that we have question marks right now over the mental health of this person who is in detention. There are lots and lots of questions that haven't been answered as to how he got hold of this gun, where he got hold of the weapon, whether there should have been a tighter background check. But one thing is undeniable, and that is the statistics about the number of children in particular that were killed. What we saw at the White House Correspondents Association's dinner, that was senior administration officials, the president once again having a potential assassination attempt on his life, and the world's media gathered. But this is something that millions of American families face every single day across America. The reality that when they send their kids to school, they could be faced with a shooter entering the school. So whilst here in the DC bubble, we're asking, well, how did someone with a gun get into this hotel and get so close to the president? Parents across the US sending their kids to school are saying, how are people with guns so easily getting into our schools? And I think that's, worth remembering that children across the country, they are undergoing active shooter drills, anticipating exactly this sort of incident playing out.
And Jono, just one quick thought from you, just to wrap this up. Let's talk a little bit about the NRA, because Sarah's talking about guns in the US. And when we see mass shootings or an incident like this happen, the conversation about guns always comes up. But the NRA are such a powerful lobby, and it doesn't really seem to make any difference.
And look, and across the board as well, we know that the Republican rhetoric is not. They're largely opposed to new gun restrictions as well. They'll argue that the focus should be on the enforcement and mental health as well. And they'll, of course, defend gun ownership. And I think the administration has done a wonderful job in framing this as like Sarah said, as pointing out that this is a show of strength more than anything else, how great the Secret Service were in a situation like this, and even taking it upon himself to say they only go after great presidents. Look at Abraham Lincoln. So he's managed to take what is otherwise a really terrifying thing and turn it into a positive. And so, yeah, I think people like the NRA and even Republicans at large as well will look at this and say, look, law-abiding citizens shouldn't really be punished for the criminal acts of one individual. And they'll frame it as the same thing, the Second Amendment, fundamental freedom that they should be entitled to. And that, again, is a losing battle that you're facing in the US every single day. And Sarah's there and she witnesses that on a weekly basis. Far too often are these stories making the headlines. And I think it's truly terrifying, but I don't see this as coming around as something that's going to involve a new change in gun laws and gun restrictions. For sure, that's not the case. We will see a tightening of security and restrictions around the presidential motorcade more than anything else, because that's certainly easier to push through than any changes to the Second Amendment.
And it's really interesting, but the FBI Director Kash Patel is currently giving an update on the Trump assassination attempt. We'll bring you some headlines as we get them, but stay right there. Let's move on to another story, which is actually related. King Charles and Queen Camilla have landed in the US for their official state visit. The British monarch and his wife will be visiting Washington to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. But the weekend's shooting, as well as strained relations between the US and UK over the Iran war, are thought to have overshadowed the trip. Jono, let's talk a little bit to you about this, because of course we're hearing that Charles and Camilla have arrived in the US. They are in Washington, DC. It's all a little bit, I guess we could say, bad timing, but they will attend a state dinner. What has President Donald Trump had to say about it? Because, the King's motto is keep calm and carry on. And I feel like kind of Donald Trump's been doing this. Do you not agree, in light of this assassination attempt?
It's exactly that, Leigh Ann. And I said it's take a negative, turn it into somewhat of a positive. Trump's message is really clear about this. He's saying, and confidently might I add, he's saying the King is going to be really safe. The White House grounds are one of the most secure locations in the world. And to put that into context for you, obviously it's a complex. It's got many, many security rings in there as well. We're not talking about a hotel. There's armed response teams. There's, of course, those airspace restrictions. There's constant surveillance. So technically, he's not wrong. I mean, it is a very, very secure location. What is important here is that the visit goes ahead, because it has to go almost entirely as planned. The state dinner has to happen. And that, of course, is a high profile diplomatic event, the most high that you can hold. So both sides, the US and the UK, are keen to show stability here, because this trip is about resetting and strengthening relations. The US-UK relationship that has been strained in the last couple of weeks and months as well, because from a trade point of view, it's worth hundreds and hundreds of billions annually. So politically, both sides want to make sure that that special relationship is upheld. And of course, we know that Donald Trump has got this. He's enamored of the British royal family, and he has been for a very, very long time, and with King Charles's predecessor, his mother, Queen Elizabeth II. When global tensions are where they are right now, I think that relationship needs to be framed as something that's very solid, very secure, and he wants to put on that show of pomp and pageantry. When this was first announced, I remember saying at the time that he will want to do the equivalent of what Buckingham Palace did for their white tie ball. He'll want to do a similar event for that state dinner for Washington to show off the grandeur of everything that he can put on. So, yeah, bad timing. But I think what would be worse right now is cancelling, because that sends the wrong signal. That also indicates that the administration is rocked by something that President Trump immediately said. Of course, it was scary, but, you know, it shows how resilient and strong we are. So he wants to continue sending that message of confidence, that message of continuity, that message of control that says, you know, you can try and take down this administration, but nothing will work, and I'll continue to push through everything. And I think that's what's going to happen now. So, yeah, we will see all the pomp and pageantry that Washington has to offer in the next couple of days to try and impress the royal family. And I think that this, more than anything else I've said before, I don't think, although on the surface of it, this is all about strengthening that UK-US relationship and those trade agreements. I think President Trump sees King Charles as a separate entity entirely from the British government, and he sees this as a chance to show off his White House and any improvements he's done in there, I think, more than anything else.
So, Sarah, improvements to the White House, not quite the ballroom yet, but I'm sure he's done some tweaks to the bathrooms, hasn't he, apparently? But this is a high-stakes meeting, and this is soft power in play like we've never seen it before. And, of course, King Charles, the big day is really going to be tomorrow when he addresses Congress. That's both sides of the aisle. How much of a big deal is this for people outside the US? Because I guess if we come from the UK, we know how loved the British royals are, but in America, they must just be like, wow, this is incredible.
Well, you know, Leigh Ann, I've got a funny story. The other day, I phoned up the Smithsonian Museum, so I wanted to find out if their zoo was stroller-friendly. And at the end of the call, the person who was helping me said, "Can I just say one thing?" And I said, "Yes, of course." He said, "I love your accent." So, look, the royals here, the British, you know, they're known, the royals, and mostly they're loved. There is a real affection amongst many Americans. I saw one host describe it, though, rather amusingly, because, of course, King Charles and Queen Camilla are here partly to mark the 250th year of independence from British rule. So one host describing it as attending a dinner party hosted by your ex-husband, which I thought was quite amusing. But there is the more serious underlying point here, which is that this trip is coming at a time when we've seen relations between the UK and the United States strained. President Trump has made his disapproval of the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer really, really clear, especially over what he views as inaction over supporting the United States' military action with Israel in Iran. Although the UK ambassador to the US did make a very important point, speaking to American media, that actually the UK has stepped up in a fairly major way to support its NATO ally. I think he said some 2,000 sorties had been flown in the Middle East, drones had been shut down, and that the UK military and the organisations, the meetings that are being held between Britain and some European allies, that is aimed at getting security in place so that if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, if the United States and Israel can come to an agreement with Iran, that Britain and NATO allies stand ready to be able to provide the assurance to those ships that will be going through the Strait. And at the moment, we're hearing reports. Caroline Leavitt mentioned this in the press conference. She was asked about mines being removed. Now, she referred that to the Pentagon, but we are hearing reports that even now mines are being removed from that strait. So it's all those kinds of interconnected issues militarily that are going to be part of this visit by King Charles. And now, of course, the King is supposed to remain above politics, but there's no doubt that there's going to be a real hope here that his visit can sort of smooth relations a little bit, reset the special relationship. Perhaps, I don't know if that's going too far. You know, we know President Trump has a real affection for the royals. His mother has Scottish heritage. So there is that connection, there's that personal connection for President Trump too. Let's see what King Charles and Queen Camilla can do whilst they're here. But it's nice to see them arriving, getting that red carpet greeting. And there will be a dinner party later at the ambassador's residence. Guys, and breaking news, insider line, I'm being told that there'll be served thousands of sandwiches and, of course, scones, and then the old debate about whether you have jam first or cream. Obviously, it's cream first and then jam on top of your scone.
Yeah.
But
I think that's the perfect way, isn't it? That's the way to form that relationship and get that back on. It's not just a symbolic level. It's all about the scones and creams and cheeses. But I think, yeah, it's exactly what Sarah said. There's been a lot of tension recently. You know, he's been no friend to Keir Starmer in recent weeks and months, and I think this is going to do that strengthening of cooperation so that the conversations can be had in terms of defence, intelligence, diplomacy, all that stuff can happen afterwards. I mean, it's not going to turn around and resolve any differences in terms of like trade and foreign policy and approaches, but that's not the point of this. This is to just reinforce the special relationship and make it symbolic more than anything else. And it's about optics. If there's been tensions like this recently with Keir Starmer, I think, yeah, it's good that King Charles is over there. I think it's a good idea that they didn't cancel this trip, and it would have been at the 11th hour had they done that as well. Would have sent the wrong message out as well. And I think the administration and Donald Trump specifically loves all of this. Like, if you look at any of these golf courses, they're palatial, especially the ones that are in Ireland. Palatial, they're old castle-style buildings. You know, he loves all things connected to the monarchy. And so I think that this is just a chance for him to kind of embed himself into that a little bit and try on the crown, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone mention Peter Mandelson?
Jeffrey Epstein, yeah. 2 mentions.
No one mentioned Epstein. No one mentioned Mandelson.
Peter Mandelson, Jeffrey Epstein, Chagos Islands.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, off limits.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the Falklands. So there's a few topics.
Go wrong?
There's a few topics that are slightly we can't mention, but there they are. But I think that Buckingham Palace, I'm sure, is preparing themselves in case President Donald Trump goes rogue, which he sometimes does when he gives a speech. So let's wait and see. But I'm sure it's going to be a really interesting few days for the royals. Let's move on now. And Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has blamed the US's excessive demands for causing peace negotiations in Islamabad to fail. He made the remarks to reporters as he arrived in Russia, where he's met President Vladimir Putin. Meanwhile, Iran has reportedly passed on a proposal to the US via Pakistani mediators on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and postponing nuclear negotiations. Sarah, so there we are. We have Abbas Araghchi in Moscow, in Russia, meeting Vladimir Putin, also Sergei Lavrov. How has this visit to Russia actually gone down today? And I guess what question does it send? Because Russia has been a pariah on the international stage for so many years.
Yes, and even before you had Iran's top diplomat, touching down in Moscow for this meeting with Vladimir Putin today, you've had the top military analyst, Leigh Ann, here in Washington, pointing out that Moscow, China, they are clear winners in this current conflict between the US and Israel against Iran. And so once again, when you look at the sort of potential winnings, you've got some of the embargoes that have been lifted when it comes to oil. You've also got the fact that you've got the United States military now concentrated and centered and focused in the Middle East in this way keeps a distraction off other areas. And so there have been many voices within the military community that have said that this is just a real gift for the likes of Russia. Now, we know that the US President Donald Trump is meeting with top national security officials today. He is going to, we think, be discussing that proposal that Iran has made. And that proposal is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and then put the talks about nuclear discussions to the side and to be had once the Strait has reopened. There are so many questions around this. Caroline Leavitt at the press conference at the White House earlier today, she said she didn't want to get ahead of the president. Perhaps we'll hear from him in the next day, today, tomorrow, about this issue. But we know that they are discussing it. They're going to be looking at this proposal. There is economic pressure here at home on the president, guys, of course, because you've seen the price of oil rise and dip as you've had various talks around ceasefires and then the military action that's been taking place. There is just so much uncertainty about exactly where this is heading. But you have got that proposal on the table now that Iran has put forward. We know that Trump is meeting today, despite everything else that is going on, with his national security advisors. And so we'll be watching very closely for any developments in that area.
And it's been really interesting, Jono and Sarah, because a lot of analysts have been saying, has Abbas Araghchi gone to Russia to get more weapons, to get more drones, or to possibly talk about the nuclear enrichment that is happening in the US? Because there was talk that that stockpile could actually go to Russia, even though the US has dismissed that. And it'll be interesting to see what comes out of these talks between Russia and Iran if we look at mediation. But I just want to bring you a line, because Iranian Foreign Ministry condemns US seizures of Iran-linked tankers as outright legalization of piracy and armored robbery on the high seas. So Iran once again accusing the US of piracy and armed robbery on the high seas. And Jono, Abbas Araghchi has called previous US demands excessive. We're now hearing these really maximalist lines come out again around the Strait of Hormuz. What are we likely to see in these new proposals from Iran? Because to me, Iran and the US are maximalist at the moment, and there's no sort of meeting point.
Yeah, I think, Leigh Ann, there'll be a tactical shift. I don't think we're going to see full concessions from either side, actually. Well, Abbas Araghchi is talking about the previous US demands. He said they were too excessive. So he's saying things like the full nuclear rollback, like the timeline on that, the broader regional conditions, they're all apparently too excessive. So Iran has consistently pushed back on those things in the past as well. So now we're going to see new proposals. And I think they're likely to be incremental. I think we'll see things like the phased reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. I think that's inevitable. Delaying parts of the nuclear agreement, but not a we are never going to enrich uranium again. I think they're not going to scrap it. And I think the US is going to have to find the middle ground where they are satisfied that for the Trump administration is better than the 2015 Obama deal, but it's not going to be a full seizure or a full stop to this nuclear enrichment. So I think there's going to be limited compliance in exchange for sanction reliefs with Iran, which have been there for many, many years now. And I think the Hormuz is the key. What we're seeing this week as well, Brent crude sitting at $107 a barrel. So the markets are clearly reacting to the uncertainty that we've been all experiencing for the last month, 6 weeks at this stage now. So the world in itself needs stability. So the US is coming to the table, not tail between its legs, but there's certainly a feel for both sides that there needs to be some concessions made. Could they meet in the middle? I mean, it's possible. It will be a partial deal if they do. It won't be a full resolution. So again, with this, you'll see de-escalation. It won't be peace, but it will be a simmer where things just kind of, pivot out a little bit for a while. And that's what I think we're going to see. What I do find fascinating is Russia stepping in and saying, don't worry, we'll do everything. We'll help. Like Moscow is trying to position itself in this as a power broker here. I don't know if it can really deliver a deal. It kind of feels to me Russia as a peace broker is like saying, right, we're going to bring an arsonist in. He's going to run the fire brigade. You admire the confidence, but you're thinking, I don't think I'm totally reassured how this is going to go down. So I am concerned about that. But I do think that there might be certain techniques or tactics that are at play here as well to think, right, is there a reason behind this? Because we do know, as you said, that Russia could stand to benefit from obtaining 60% enriched uranium from Iran if that becomes part of the deal. So I can see why they would be involved. But again, I'm not sure. They've shown up as a referee wearing a jersey, and I'm not sure which team they're going to play for just yet.
Yeah, and that's really interesting because analysts are also saying this tightrope that Russia has to walk is really something difficult because, remember, they have heavy sanctions on them, and this war has benefited them from selling oil. But how long will that really last for are the big questions. But, Sarah, I was just wondering when I heard Jono talking there, what is going to break this deadlock? Is it going to be diplomatic pressure, economic pressure, or are we going to see military action begin again? Could we possibly see the US restart strikes on Iran, precision strikes possibly on nuclear sites like Esfahan, in light of the fact that they don't want to talk about nuclear and Donald Trump doesn't want to see to be losing?
Yes, Leigh Ann, look. There is a real possibility that the bombing restarts. That is just a fact of the matter, unfortunately, at the moment. Just to remind viewers where we were at over the weekend, we were sort of on tenterhooks getting information that the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Vice President J.D. Vance, that they were set to go to Pakistan to hold the second round of talks. And then at the last minute, it was called off. President Trump saying and calling for Iran to call him with some new ideas. So again, you know, we know that he is meeting with advisors right now. Is this new idea or the idea or proposal that Iran has come forward with in the wake of the talks that didn't happen over the weekend in the end, the second round of talks, is that going to be enough to get them back around the negotiating table to see the ceasefire continue? You know, we call it a ceasefire, but it's really, you know, it's down to the decision of one man and one man alone, and that's President Donald Trump. If he wants to restart the bombing, he's threatened it many times. That is action we know that he is willing to take. So, you know, everything hangs in the balance right now. I think there's a lot of eyes on this meeting that President Trump is having with his national security advisors. We want more details about what exactly it is that Iran is proposing when it comes to reopening the Strait. Are there conditions set to that? Because, you know, we've had the nickname the Tehran Toll, where they were thinking about having control of the Strait essentially and charging ships to come through. That was something obviously that the United States found unacceptable. So we just need some more details about what this new proposal Iran has put forward is, whether President Trump and his national security advisors find that acceptable, and whether you'll get some kind of a continued pause for enough time to get people around the table. We've made the point before, guys, haven't we, talking about this? You know, when it comes to technical details around enriched uranium, nuclear ambition, past teams who've made these deals have pointed out that those types of technicalities, you know, getting those negotiations takes months, years, you know, not days, not a weekend. So I think the focus here is on trying to continue some kind of pause and, of course, get the Strait reopened. One point really worth making for anyone at home, anywhere in the world pretty much right now, who's worried about the effect this is having on their economy here in America, in the US, in the UK, around the world. You have people looking at their gas bills going up, inflation going up as a result of this conflict. And the point has been made repeatedly that even if a deal were made today, tomorrow, it would take time to get the Strait reopened and to get those ships and that oil moving again. So, you know, there is a lot at stake here for President Trump, but, you know, for all countries involved in this at the moment. And so we have to wait and see what comes of this meeting that President Trump is holding right now.
And it'll be really interesting because China also economically relies heavily on Iranian oil. And we were speaking about Russia. Oman is also a mediator. We know Abbas Araghchi's going there. Pakistan. So lots of shuttle diplomacy happening. Be interesting to see if China begins to use its leverage on Iran to try and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Sarah and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day, so a little bit of a gear shift. And Sarah, can you tell us about the annual seagull, I can never say this word, imitator competition? I'm sorry, imitator is just a word that's not for me. Tell us about this.
It's one of the weirdest stories that we've come across. So this takes place in Belgium, and it happens annually. And basically, it is as simple as you said, Leigh Ann. It is a gathering of some 70 participants, I think, who try and make a noise the most like a seagull. I went down a bit of a rabbit hole with this. I think I want, you know, I don't know. Do I want to? I want to challenge Jono so much on air to a seagull off. I think we should do it. If Jono's up for it, I think we should do it. And Leigh Ann, you can judge who has.
I will judge. I will judge. Sarah, go first.
I want to be a fair competitor because I have been doing some research and I have been training.
But Jono's from Ireland. He'll be fine.
Okay, well, ladies first. So, guys, here's my best take.
I just can't.
Oh, it's your turn.
I just feel like I can't do it justice. I think you've outdone anyone who could possibly do it, but I will give it a try. Mine's more like a crow, I'm afraid.
I think yours is more like a chicken, Jono.
I'm good at a chicken, I got to be honest with you. Like, seagull's not great.
Sometimes I think a seagull can sound a bit like a dog. You know, I don't know, like a bark and a...
Or a sea lion. I felt like mine was like a sea lion. I just can't get the bird pitch.
No, I thought...
difficult.
Well, you definitely won that because Jono sounds like a rooster in the morning. I must say one thing. I love the fact that all the kids were there with feather boas on. I mean, that's life goals, isn't it? To go to a competition with a feather boa.
And look at the skill involved because they sound like seagulls. And guys, look, you know, we've just proved me and Jono, it is harder than it looks to make that noise.
Tough work, you know. My feather boa's just got into the wardrobe, which is such a pity. Otherwise, I could have got that out to add some more effect onto it, you know, for some props.
That would have been perfect, Jono. Next time.
Next time, Jono. Yeah, we love a feather boa. But Sarah won that competition. Jono, good sport. Jono had no heads up on this, so he had no idea how to practice. But I thought it was very good for a first time. And... we're going to move on from birds to cake, and yours is about the world's longest tiramisu. But why are you so sceptical about this long tiramisu?
I'm always a bit sceptical with these world's biggest food records because they're about scale as opposed to substance. Don't get me wrong, it's very impressive. 440 metres, 55,000 lady fingers. It's a lot, and 3,000 eggs and 100 chefs involved as well. So, I mean, that's huge. Here's where it gets tricky. It's not one large tiramisu that they've just put together in one large bowl. It's actually thousands of smaller ones that have been, you can see the separation here, they've been jammed together to make it look big. So I'm calling shenanigans on that. That said, there is a purpose behind it, and you'll see the royal seal is on it there. It's commemorating and celebrating Italian culture, and it's a diplomatic gesture towards the UK and to the royal family of the UK. So it's a PR spectacle more than anything else, but a bit of a shake hands between Italy and the UK. But as you can see, they're individually taking tiramisu and putting them together. So actually all they've done is just jammed a load of tiramisus into one room together and put them side by side. So I'm calling a bit of a sham on this, if I'm being honest. And then my question is, who's going to have to eat all this afterwards? I hope the food doesn't get wasted afterwards, you know?
I volunteer.
I volunteer.
Send me over there and I've got that. Don't worry about it.
I must say, I think tiramisu is one of the best desserts ever. Yeah. I absolutely love it. It's so good. But I kind of with Jono in this, it should all be in the same bowl mixed together. You and I and Sarah could have made an extra large tiramisu if we cared enough.
If only we had the space and the patience to bother.
If only we had the space. But yeah, it's not like the Italians to do something extravagant with food. But thank you so much to our guest today, Washington correspondent Sarah Firth, broadcaster and presenter Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Coming up, all the latest reaction to the shooting incident in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. President Trump says he wasn't worried after Secret Service members hurried him out of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We are joined by a former assistant director of the FBI and an eyewitness to the events in the ballroom on Saturday who had to take cover under a table. And we'll look ahead of the visit of King Charles III to the U.S. from both a security viewpoint and diplomatic one. Can the so-called special relationship between the U.S. and UK be repaired? Hello and welcome to the program. We start with the fallout and reaction to events in Washington, D.C. at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. Guests at the dinner were sent scrambling for cover as Secret Service agents rushed to get President Trump to safety. A suspect allegedly fired a shotgun at an agent inside the hotel, and video footage appears to show the suspect sprinting through a hallway outside the ballroom. U.S. officials have hailed it a law enforcement success, but the incident has revived concerns about the safety surrounding President Trump. And today, security concerns will be at the top of the agenda again as King Charles III makes his long-awaited trip to the U.S. as part of America's 250th anniversary of independence. Overnight, President Trump has spoken on U.S. television in an interview with 60 Minutes on CBS News and said he wasn't worried.
He's radicalized. He was a Christian, a believer, and then he became an anti-Christian, and he had a lot of change. He's been going through a lot based on what he wrote. His brother complained about him, and I think reported him to the police, and his sister likewise complained about him. His family was very concerned. He was probably a pretty sick guy.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I understand life. We live in a crazy world. My thought was, I've been through this before a couple of times, and she has not to this extent. She handled it great. I mean, she's very strong, smart. She got it. She knew what was happening. She listened. I did too, by the way.
Because this was the first time
when
she
they
was...
said, when they said drop down, that meant trouble.
John Christopher Bua is a journalist and commentator based in Washington, D.C., and was in the ballroom on Saturday when events unfolded. He joins us now. Hello. Thank you for joining us today, John Christopher.
My pleasure. I'm happy to be with you. I'm slightly recovering.
Oh, I can imagine. With this White House Correspondents' Dinner that was abruptly halted and evacuated following the shooting incident at the Washington Hilton Hotel. So walk us through the timeline of events.
Well, we got there in reasonable time. I live only a block and a half away. I was driven over by my wonderful wife in the rain. I entered the building. The security was fair. I showed my ticket, and I went into the room and started to look around, see my friends, my colleagues, and was served some simple salad and had more conversation. And then the president's entourage came in and they played Hail to the Chief and all of that stuff. And he got up on the dais and he didn't make any speech yet, but we were all settling in. And then I remember what seemed to be an earthquake hitting that room. It was moving, bodies were going in and out, masses of people were frantically moving. I saw Secret Service with long guns on the dais, pointing them out into the audience. I heard something earlier, and I really thought it was a crash. I didn't hear any shots per se, although it's very difficult to understand what shots are when you're in battle, I can tell you. And I have to say it was frightening and disturbing and shocking. And I was told to get under my table. And I started to, and then I thought, if I get under the table, as a journalist, I really can't record anything. So I sat there and I used my camera and I spanned the room and I tried to focus on the dais where the president was. And I got him a bit in there. And then at some point, he was grabbed and rushed off, as well as the First Lady. And I understand the Vice President was rushed off in another direction. And it was bedlam and disheartening, frightening, and somewhat scary to someone who's been going to this hotel for a number of years and to many, many of these correspondent dinners, I felt unnerved, and I still kind of do, and we all do. And driving around the city yesterday, I felt this town is not the same, and that's the shame of it all. Gun violence in this country is an epidemic, and we need to deal with that. But the president, you know, he thought he would do it again, and we all were told to go down to the White House briefing room, and he would make a speech and have a press conference. And he did the best he could to recover from the event.
He did, as did you, Chris, I can imagine. And your journalistic instinct came right into action despite being scared at this moment, right? But walk us a bit more, give us a bit more detail about the security that you labeled as fair. Is this normal? Because you've been to many of these events. So is it always fair, or has security been better in other years? What do you think?
Well, I felt, you know, I have a White House credential. And I brought that, and I didn't have to show it. All I had to show was my ticket to the dinner and my table, and I showed that. And then I was asked to empty out my pockets a few times, and I had to go and check my umbrella because it was raining. And I did that, and I came back in. And the Secret Service were very polite and very professional. But I wasn't really asked to show any strong, serious identification that I normally do, even when I go to the White House. The event is not high level like an inauguration, so it's kind of different. But I thought they did the best they were going to do. But the best thing about the Secret Service was that they really recovered well at the end and made sure that everyone was safe, except, of course, for Cole Thomas Allen, who was brought down by the Secret Service as he tried to get through. He did get through the magnetometers on the upper level. And then he wanted to go down the staircase into the ballroom where I was sitting, and he didn't get that far, which is probably a good thing. Because to be honest with you, Katyana, I had fear that when I saw the crowd moving and it felt like an earthquake, the ground was moving from under me. And I thought, if someone is coming in here and is going to spray us with some automatic weaponry, we're done for. So that was the most frightening thing. And large, outside the perimeter, was a huge Secret Service, National Guard, et cetera, and all over town, all the way from the White House up Connecticut Avenue to the hotel. However, something we may note, that this fellow, Cole Thomas Allen, was a registered guest in the hotel. And he was staying at the hotel, and I understand he had a lot of weaponry with him, long guns, pistols, attack knives, etc. And that's the thing. Now the question is, I know Susie Willis is having a meeting today with the leading agencies, CIA, etc., and Secret Service, I should say, with protocol review, I guess, of how things are supposed to happen, what happened, what didn't happen. And I think the fact that it was at a hotel, the biggest ballroom in town, that's why they have it there for so many years, that it will be happen to be re-examined as to whether it's done there again or whether it's done at all. But it's a shame because it's a good way for myself and my colleagues to get together and listen to who the president of the United States is, whether it's Barack Obama or Joe Biden or anyone, Donald Trump. It's good to hear what they have to say.
That's right, John Christopher. You also had a clear view of President Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, of the First Lady Melania Trump, Donald Trump, who seemed actually calm. He actually said that he was calm during these moments. What was your perspective at that moment of what President Donald Trump was doing and his reaction?
Well, you know, Donald Trump I've known for 60 years, and he considers himself an American hero, so he would have to say he's calm. You know, he never gets flustered. When he got supposedly shot at the last time, he got up, he had his Secret Service force him up in the air, and he said, fight, 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 while raising his fist. So he likes to come off as being heroic. And he was even saying that that only the most important tasked leaders are the subject of assassination. And in a sense, he tacitly compared himself to Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, which is a questionable thought. But, this guy didn't like him, and he went after him. And it's frightening. I don't like to, although I may not be a fan of the president on every level, he is the president of the United States, and I don't like to see my country being seen by the world like this. This is not who we are, and it shudders my confidence in our country, and that's the thing that is unescapable.
Well, you touched on this a bit because the president said when asked why is he targeted so frequently, the president said the people that make the biggest impact are the ones they go after. Do you agree with his assessment?
Well, there I go. I alluded to that earlier, Katrina. I said he thinks he's JFK or Lincoln. They only go after the most important people in our country, and that's his ego, and we know he's got a strong one. And he was comparing himself to some of our greatest presidents, which he may like to do, but that doesn't happen to be my point of view. But I'm glad he's alive. I'm glad no one died.
And what do you make of all of these conspiracy theories claiming that the shooting was staged so quickly after it happened? What does this say of the current state or credibility of the White House at this moment?
Well, Donald Trump is all out there. Even in the morning, at 2 o'clock in the morning, he's out tweeting 30, 40 tweets on his Truth Social, and sometimes they're a bit bizarre. He has issues. He falls asleep during meetings, and people are concerned about him, and they're concerned that such a leader is in charge of the nuclear code. So this is an issue. There are people on the right, people on the left, people in the center who are questioning his ability to serve. And there are a lot of people who are upset with his policies, certainly. And there is, unfortunately, there's too much access to guns in this country. That's number one.
That's right. Also, in his interview with 60 Minutes, President Donald Trump, once again, he addressed these viral conspiracy theories about the shooting. Anything that you, on your own, you'd like to debunk from what's circulating online, considering you're an actual eyewitness of this event?
Well, I can't tell you if this fellow called Thomas Allen was a conspirator. He tried to rush down the stairs. He didn't even get on the same level as the ballroom, and he was taken down. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I didn't see him. I saw the commotion. I heard from my colleagues who were upstairs that he was down. I thought he was shot. He wasn't shot. He was arrested, and he'll be arraigned, and they'll be having his legal trial, arraignment, etc., all the legal opportunities for his, we are in a country that has the right for trial, and that'll happen over the next couple of days. So, to be continued, let's say.
And how do you feel today, John Christopher? I bet you feel relieved for being here, being in this interview, being alive. Will you feel safe, actually? What's your feeling of safety going to another of these events?
Well, that's questionable. Whether I choose to go to another White House Correspondents' Dinner or not, that's we'll see what happens. And if there is, in fact, one, I was there, and there seemed it seems that it was a very real thing to all of us, and we take it to heart, and we are happy that we're alive. And it's a beautiful sunny day here, and we're happy to be breathing the air of freedom, and we want to keep that opportunity there. And we have elections in November, so if people don't like what's going on with Trump's party, they can elect Democrats and come up with some Democratic leaders and get some Democratic legislation done. So we do have that in this country. Hopefully, we continue that, and this isn't going to stop the democratic system for continuing to take place and go into the future. And those of us who remember President Kennedy remember that it is important to have free speech. And it was, I believe, Thomas Jefferson who said it's more important to have newspapers than the Constitution or something along those lines. But we do need to keep that press free and open, and guns are not the answer. I will say, guns are not the answer. Discussion, understanding. I remember when I left the hotel, I saw a lot of people who looked sad, and I went over to one young lady and I just said, "How are you?" She said, "I'm so sad." And I said, "How about a hug?" I gave her a hug, and she seemed to brighten up. And I thought, we need to treat each other more kindly and with more respect and dignity, and listen to each other. Listening is important. That's what we need to do in this country, is listen. We all don't have the right answer. We have an answer, but the answers need to be put out there and discussed and understood, from the president on down to all the elected officials and our students in school, grade school, etc., and our friends and our associates around the world like yourself. And I thank you.
And I thank you, John Christopher Boa, journalist and also an eyewitness who attended the White House Correspondent Dinner and made it out safely. Thank you for joining us and for your perspective on how events unfolded on Saturday. Angie Wong is a Republican strategist based in Florida. Thank you for joining us today, Angie.
Thank you, Katerina, for having me.
So, Angie, what are your thoughts or reactions on what just happened on Saturday? A third potential attack on President Donald Trump. Why do you think he continues to be such a frequent target?
Well, President Trump is doing all those things that are moving the dial, and people who do things and really govern, they're always the ones who get attacked. We've seen this in historical facts over and over again. So it's not surprising that President Trump is enemy number one to those in the establishment. And I know that they would love to see him removed, and we hear it all the time online. But that's what happens with real leaders with real effect. So when I first learned there was shots outside of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I said, oh no, not again. We've been covering these assassination attempts over and over again, and more frequently with President Trump. But what I do know about President Trump is every time they try to go after him, he is triply motivated to continue with his agenda, to not be silenced, and to keep going with what he's trying to do, which is to reform America.
And Angie, we know that the suspect left behind a manifesto attacking the administration and its policies, calling Donald Trump a traitor. Does this reinforce concerns that political rhetoric at this moment is escalating into real violence?
Yeah, I never understood why shooters always leave a manifesto. It seems as though that is part of the course for, before you go out and shoot people. I don't understand that, but maybe it's a very American thing. But the level of hunting down our opposition leaders or political oppositions, it must end, because over and over again we're having these conversations, and at some point it's going to lead to, say, a Charlie Kirk moment where these leaders are shot. I've been to a lot of these events with President Trump. I will tell you, their security is pretty tight, but when you're outside of environments that he can't control, such as a hotel, such as the Hilton in Washington, the protocols are all over the place. You have guests staying at the hotel, for example, which this alleged shooter seems to be one of them, and that's how he was able to gain access onto the grounds. It's the level of crazy obsession over Trump has gone over the top. A lot of this is media that allows and perpetuates this idea that Trump is a bad man, that he's out to hurt everybody, and the only remedy is to take him out. That is the wrong way of treating the President of the United States. We need to end that immediately. But also, we need to also really look at how we're dealing with this with the media, because this is the end goal, is to see him get, killed. And we don't want to have that happen.
Well, Angie, could this have been preventable then? Because, as you mentioned, since they picked a hotel, the Hilton, security measures weren't as reinforced as they might have been. So why pick a hotel with these type of security concerns? Better safe than sorry, right?
I agree with you, and it seems to be that the White House Correspondents' Dinner is always held at the Hilton. It's an annual event there. Here's what's really interesting. Ronald Reagan had his attempted assassination right outside the Washington Hilton just 45 years ago, where his press secretary, James Brady, was shot and then paralyzed. So this hotel has a history of these assassinations for some reason. You would think that President Trump would say, hey, maybe we should do it somewhere else. But look, this is a completely outside event where Trump was invited to be the speaker. I'm sure going forward that the Secret Service is going to be much, much more careful in securing the premises ahead of time and also checking, yes, as we said. Remember, we're still in a partial government shutdown here in the U.S. The Secret Service have not been paid in over 72 days because of this government shutdown, yet they're still working and they're still protecting the president and his administration.
Well, on that note, there were claims that considering that the Secret Service hadn't been paid under this government shutdown, this might have affected the total security in the venue. What do you think?
And I think that's probably what might have happened. There might have been more Secret Service men and women there protecting the location, as well as the entire Trump administration was pretty much in one room that evening. So there was a lot of security there to protect everyone, but maybe not enough. Clearly, had this gunman been able to go through the doors into the ballroom itself, I think there would have been some casualties.
Well, President Trump also had a tense response in his 60 Minutes interview, calling CBS journalist Norah O'Donnell a disgrace for asking him about the manifesto and the excerpts in it, adding she should be ashamed for reading them from the writings by Cole Thomas Allen. So where he also called the president a traitor. What's your take on this exchange? Was the journalist right in reading them to the president?
I think the journalist's job is to ask those tough questions. President Trump loves to shut down the media and call them fake media when he doesn't want to answer those questions. But it is our job to find the truth or get to the truth or even ask the administration anything. This is a shooting that was attempted on President Trump and his administration. He should be able to talk to that and at least give calm and not fan the fear by explaining what had happened. And maybe the manifesto, it's too early. Maybe he didn't read it yet. Maybe he wasn't briefed on it yet. But he should at least be able to acknowledge it, if not for anything else to say that, look, you know, these are early days and I still need to have more information. Something to calm down the nation rather than going after the journalist who was just doing her job. So I don't agree with President Trump there. I think he should be able to answer anything. He's very well media trained. So dodging the question basically brings on more questions from journalists.
And Angie, one more conspiracy theory for the books, because we're seeing conspiracy theories going viral online, claiming this was staged, that Trump also branded these claims, suggesting the event was orchestrated as sick. So what does this say about the level of trust that people have right now in institutions, in the president, in diplomacy?
Well, we all saw what happened, right? The cameras, you were in a room filled with cameras and the press. So you can't say it didn't happen. For those saying it's staged, I think a lot of people are realizing what happened after Butler, Pennsylvania. There was so much sympathy votes for President Trump. I remember seeing the shooting right before the RNC convention where he was shot in the ear. And the very next day, President Trump shows up at the RNC convention to accept his nomination to become president of the United States, at least for the candidacy. So that was exactly the right move. And I think maybe if his team learned from that, there's going to be so much sympathy votes going into the midterm elections because of all this. And because the press now, for the firsthand experience an attempted assassination, they may be a little bit more softer in covering, these stories about President Trump and his administration. I don't know. These are all conspiracy theories, but right now there's a lot of Americans who were not political, who saw the story and, wants to protect the president, the administration, and understands all of this is a really, really messy politics.
Officials are also pointing to this response as a success because the suspect was stopped. Do you think this was a security success story?
I do. It could have been much, much worse had the shooter breached the doors into the ballroom. You had the entire Trump succession in one room, along with their families. It could have been a lot worse. There could have been shootings. On top of that, what I loved was that President Trump got back up on stage, granted back, in a secured room at the White House, to give a speech to tell those who were all dressed up in tuxes and gowns what was going on in the press corps, because he did not want to back down. He did not want to let terrorism win. So he did speak up. I think that's exactly how we have to treat all of this from this point forward. I'm glad that we caught that one. They're calling him a lone wolf. We'll have to do some investigation to find out if this is just one person who drove here or took a train here from California to perform this act, or if there's a network. I think that's the next step that we need to discover. Because right now, it's still very early days. The investigations still need to go on before we have any conclusions.
That's an interesting point, especially considering the current frame we're on, right? So what's your take also on this event not being designated as a national special security event? Was this an error from the administration and top security officials?
I think that going forward, from what I'm hearing from sources within the Secret Service, that I imagine that public events going forward will now be more secured. We're even hearing today's visit by King Charles and Queen Camilla. They have an official state visit in Washington, D.C., but some of the more public events and appearances may be canceled or limited to the amount of people. So I think there's already some movement to secure the president, his guests, his special guests, obviously the king and queen. Going forward, I think that President Trump should take a little bit more cautious. I know he wants to be everywhere, and I know he wants to be visible and seen, especially right before the midterm elections, but his security should be utmost superior to that, to just public appearances.
And Angie, Trump is saying that maybe this might be part of his own solution, but he's saying that his new $400 million ballroom is a national security necessity in the wake of this shooting. What do you think? Does this incident actually prove that that's necessary?
Well, I think it's great politics, and it's a great way of segueing a international story into something that would, benefit him and his agenda. I love that this ballroom is coming in. I love that private donorship is paying for it and not taxpayer dollars going into this large ballroom. I think it's a wonderful legacy gift that President Trump is leaving for the American people by building this grand ballroom. I've been to events at the White House, and the ballrooms are beautiful, but they're small, and it's for standing room if you want to have more than 100 or 200 people there. So I think this is a beautiful gift. I think we should all support it. And of course, it is going to have military grade security. So yes, I think when it's built, it's going to be fantastic.
Angie, finally, with King Charles III set to visit during America's 250th anniversary coming up tomorrow, at a moment of real political tension we've been seeing play out between President Trump and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, do you think this visit could be a genuine reset of this special relationship between the US and the UK?
I do hope so. I think King Charles and Queen Camilla coming to the United States to visit with Donald Trump and Mrs. Donald Trump, Melania, I think this is a wonderful showmanship on how diplomacy is actually done. A lot of things have happened between U.S. and U.K. relations over the last couple of weeks over the Iran conflict, and this would be a great way of reminding everyone that the special relationship is still very much there. And what a wonderful good news that we're going to have this week with the King and Queen here in the United States, because we've had a lot of bad overseas news of late. So this is going to be a nice celebration. I can't wait to see the fashion. I can't wait to see the pageantry of it all. And they're so welcomed here. I think this is exactly the type of almost international hug that we need to have right now, especially in the moments of conflict.
Angie Wong, thank you so much for your perspective. As always, a Republican strategist based in Florida.
Thank you.
Frank Figliuzzi is a former assistant director of the FBI who joins us now from Houston, Texas. Frank, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Frank, let's start with this. President Trump is standing by the leadership of Secret Service. This was his latest statement. What's your reaction?
Well, I think that President Trump almost has to say that. First, there's two ways to look at this. event, and they both can be true. It's true that there was a security lapse, clearly a gap. You can see it in the video. The suspect ran right through the magnetometer station. But you can also say at the same time that this was a successful security response to a breach. They took the man into custody. He never got really close to the president or other protectees. So, you know, it's a win, but also it has to be a learning moment for the Secret Service.
Major scrutiny is also focused on how the suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, was a guest at the hotel and reached a floor directly above the ballroom. Why would an event with this many top-level officials not be designated as a national special security event, which would have provided a much larger federally funded security perimeter?
Yeah, you're asking a question that many in the security field are asking as well today. And when you have virtually the entire line of succession to the presidential office in one room, you would have incredibly enhanced security, possibly through a designated national security special event. I mean, we designate a football game, the Super Bowl, as a national security special event. Why would we not do this? I think you're going to see that moving forward. I also think you're going to see measures to not have all of those people, the successors in the line of succession, in the same place at the same time, perhaps never having the vice president and the president in the same room. The other challenge here, of course, is having this massive event in a venue that also operates as a large hotel with 1,100 guest rooms at the same time. That creates a monumental security challenge, and I wonder moving forward if we'll ever see that happen again. The problem is this is the largest ballroom in the District of Columbia, and so the options, the alternative options, are few and far between.
Well, President Donald Trump did offer an alternative option. His $400 million ballroom, he's saying, is now a national security necessity in the wake of the shooting. Do you think this project could be actually a genuine solution to presidential safety to avoid these type of security breaches?
I don't think the answer to the security challenges is having 3,000 to 5,000 attendees at a conference or a convention show up at the gate of the White House. I actually think that makes the White House less secure. I also get very concerned about conflicts of interest when you have private organizations like the press or any trade organization who wants to have their large annual conference but has to be beholden to the president to use his ballroom. I don't think that's the answer. And a lot of people are criticizing the fact that President Trump immediately turned a near tragic event into an advertisement for his ballroom, which is being challenged in the courts.
In a manifesto sent minutes before the attack, the assailant, Allen, explicitly mocked the lack of security, writing, "Not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat." How do you respond to what seems to be a mockery of security and security services from this assailant?
Yeah, it appears we see a well-crafted manifesto, and then we see a postscript, a PS after that, that's rather sloppily written, that appears to me to be a last-minute response to him looking around and seeing this, in his perception, inadequate security. I think that needs to be taken seriously and should be Exhibit A when the Secret Service or DHS does their internal review to see what went wrong.
Do you believe personally that the necessary measures were taken by all sides here to ensure maximum security?
Well, I have to answer no, because we had this horrible breach. We had shots fired. Let's make this an automatic weapon instead of a shotgun loaded with buckshot. Let's make this a bomb instead of a shotgun loaded with buckshot. And this scenario could have become horribly tragic with mass casualties. So you can't look at this and conclude anything other than there was a security lapse.
Exactly. And President Trump also, as you said, argues that the Hilton is a security nightmare, as you said, because of the thousands of guests sitting right above the ballroom. But the suspect in this case was a registered guest who allegedly used his room to assemble weapon components. Do you think there's a justification for ever using a hotel ever again in these type of situations?
I think that U.S. presidents throughout the years have all spoken at events at this Washington Hilton. Again, as I said, because it is the largest ballroom and attracts the largest conventions. However, moving forward, I'm not certain how, in this day and age, the Secret Service can have that many protectees in one place. So either the venue's going to have to change, or the practice of having all of the people in the line of succession in one room has got to change. I think we'll see a little bit of both happening.
Interesting. There was also a viral video, changing topic from the night, that shows current FBI Director Kash Patel scrolling on his phone during the evacuation. As a former FBI official, what is the actual protocol for senior leadership during an active shooter event?
Well, typically, first, let's acknowledge that there was chaos and confusion that night. People in the room themselves, as you cited, weren't certain at all what was going on, and that's understandable. Yet also, if you're a senior law enforcement leader, you need to quickly get to a safe place, establish a command post, largely perhaps respond to FBI headquarters, where you can literally run things, or the Washington field office of the FBI that's going to operate a command post. That's where you need to go. But I can see he was attempting to immediately find out what is happening.
What about the conspiracy theories going around saying that this shooting was staged? The conspiracy theories started circulating very quickly following this incident. What does this say about the current state of politics right now in the United States?
I actually have a column published this morning on this very topic, the state of disbelief in the United States and how we got here. It's on Substack for Lincoln Square Media. And look, I walk through, first, as you say, the immediate, instantaneous reaction on social media from so many people that this was staged, this was fake. And I think we've gotten to the point, unfortunately, where there's such distrust in our politicians who have stretched and bent the truth over the years to the point of breaking in all areas, whether it's science and medical research or whether it's the Iran war. All of it has put the American people in a state of distrust of our institutions, not knowing who to believe. And so now when we're looking at yet another apparent assassination attempt, people automatically think this unpleasantness can't be true again, and can we believe even what our eyes are seeing?
Well, and part of these conspiracy theories was that President Trump was pushing and taking advantage of the situation to build this high security ballroom that he's mentioned as his national security necessity. Do you believe that this will be justified now?
They're making a very concerted effort. I mean, within minutes of the shooting, we saw all of the GOP leadership posting essentially the same language on their social media feeds, which was, "This is why we need the ballroom." It was coordinated. I don't think that went over well with the American people. The other kind of advertising that went on at the White House was, hey, you need to fund the Department of Homeland Security. The Democrats need to get their act together because the Secret Service agents are not getting paid. That is not true. The Secret Service was carved out in Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill and is funded. So again, the American people are looking at these statements and saying, I don't think that's right. And it sounds self-aggrandizing and self-promotional. That's a problem.
Do you think that the White House had a good response right after the shooting?
So in any incident like this, it is a very basic tenet that the president needs to get on TV and show that he is unharmed. He's okay. The world is watching. They want to know, especially as we said, in this environment of disbelief, they want to know the president's okay. And that's important. He did that correctly. He also acknowledged immediately the bravery of the men and women in the Secret Service and in law enforcement. All of that went well. Where it went south quickly was when, as you brought up, he turned it into a promotional ad for the ballroom. And then later, his administration turned it into advertising to fund the Department of Homeland Security, blaming the lack of funding on the Democrats.
And you mentioned the mistrust in institutions, and you also said you have your own thread discussing this. Is this mistrust, in your point of view, being driven by the current administration? Is this something of our current time, of the media, or perhaps both?
Yeah, there's so many factors that lead us to this state of distrust in our institutions. Social media clearly can spread conspiracy theories, at the speed of a click of a button. We do have a president who is known for bending and even breaking the facts in his favor and profiteering. All of this has led to a state of people attacking each other, calling each other evil simply because they have different beliefs, and staying in their rabbit holes or echo chambers. So all of that is causing Americans to not know what to believe, whom to believe, and relying, sadly, on unverified, uncorroborated information on social media.
And with heightened security concerns, as there are now, especially following this weekend's events, do you think this is the right time to receive King Charles III in the United States?
I do think so. I think there will be tremendous protection of King Charles, a very different scenario than this large-scale event in a fully operating open hotel. I don't think there needs to be worry there. I do think we have upcoming special events in the United States to include the FIFA World Cup coming here this summer. And also this summer, the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States. Lots of events around the country. They're very high-profile targets for people who want to do bad things.
That's right, and we'll see how this unfolds now. Frank Figliuzzi, a former assistant director of the FBI, who joined us now from Houston, Texas. Barry Donadio is a former Secret Service agent serving both President W. Bush and President Obama. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Catalina.
Barry, do you think the Secret Service agents did a good job in protecting President Donald Trump on Saturday night at the White House correspondent dinner?
Yes, I do. They did a great job. The agents and officers on the stage did exactly what they were trained to do. They deployed correctly. They got the president down at first to get him out of danger. We saw his tactical team come out, take up a position to potentially fire if they needed to, and cover his movement when they got him off the stage. So it went according to how they train and Secret Service doctrine. If we're talking about also the checkpoint, that's what the checkpoint is there for, to keep people with a rifle out. That was on an exterior post, from what I can gather from the video. Although he was running and even took a shot at one of the Secret Service agents hitting him, they were able to stop him and tackle him and really save his life too. He didn't die and nobody died, so that is always a good day in American law enforcement.
Barry, have you covered this type of events before as a former Secret Service agent? Walk us through a bit what your personal experience is in events like these.
Yeah, I've worked that same very hotel under the Bush and Obama administrations. That is the same Hilton that Reagan was shot at. Oh, and there's been changes. Yeah, there's been changes since then with Reagan, with changing security of presidential details as well. But this is a big, huge ballroom, and this is a big, huge hotel. And the Secret Service is there to protect the president, vice president, and the event itself. So there are checkpoints at all the entries and exits of the event. No need to close the entire hotel. There are hundreds of rooms there. I've heard some, concern that guests were allowed to be in the hotel, but this is really ordinary for this event that's held there almost every year, from what I understand, and other events too. So there's no shortage of Secret Service people at this event, no shortage of law enforcement. And then I also even saw, which something I didn't have working under the Obama and Bush administration's military police were there too, which is another added protective role that's being used to protect the president and citizens at the event as well.
Well, Barry, considering that Reagan was shot there, now there was an possible attempt on Trump's life and other top government officials, why would they pick this hotel again?
Well, the hotel is kind of designed for this event, and we don't let terrorists determine what we're going to do. Here in the United States, we're free people, and the minute terrorism makes us change our life, then terrorism wins. So that was an unfortunate thing that happened to President Reagan that could happen anywhere. The chances of that would be much, much less now because of changes they have made to the security of the president. But, you know, an attempt can be made anywhere. It's not a tainted venue just simply because somebody was outside on a sidewalk and tried to kill the president there. So there's been flawless events happening. The Secret Service succeeded in protecting numerous events since then. And even this most recent incident, it is a Secret Service success, although it is becoming the spectacular story that somehow, some way they did something wrong. But this is really textbook what happened, saving even the defendant's life. Not a hair on President Trump's head was damaged. Everything went according to training and experience, and Secret Service pulled it off again and saved the president's life.
And knowing the venue personally, this ballroom as well, and the hotel, the Hilton, how difficult is it here to protect a president or other top government officials in a venue like this, a hotel with thousands of guests, including what was the shooter who was a guest at the hotel?
Right. So any guest is just treated like a member of the outside public that's going to have to come through the security screening, just like at an airport. So just outside an airport security screening area, anything can be happening, but it's not until they get into the security area of getting magnetometer checked and looked over, even patted down if needed. That's the secure area. So anything can happen outside of there, and there's no guarantees. But the Secret Service is there to prevent what you just saw in the video, a man with a rifle coming in, and they succeeded doing that. My experience there, it always went flawlessly, never a problem, always had enough people there. And the Secret Service has home field advantage because they know that building so well. If they need to evacuate, they know the city because it's the city that the White House is in, and they know how to get to the hospital. They know the routes very well, as opposed to if this was some city in Europe and they don't know where they're going, it would make the job harder.
And the suspect checked into the hotel armed like he was before or after. How does a suspect get to that point without being stopped? What layers of security may have failed here?
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess. So it's being reported that he's a school teacher from California. I have heard that he had taken a train all the way to Washington, D.C., but it doesn't matter whether he took a train or whether he drove. He simply took apart the rifle and concealed the pistol and got it into the city. Washington, D.C. has the most stringent gun laws probably in the United States. Even if you have a bullet and it is not registered with the police, it is a crime. It is an on-site arrest. They'll arrest you. You'll spend the night in jail just for having a bullet in your glove compartment. It's called unregistered ammunition. You need a permit for that to have a gun and the ammunition. So that, of course, that law didn't stop anything. This person concealed the gun in his luggage, checked into his room, put the gun together in his room, came down, tried to get through the secure checkpoint, and was stopped by Secret Service. That's my best guess of what happened.
And Barry, security footage released by the Trump administration also shows that the suspect was running past officers who appeared to be disassembling metal detectors. Some say that this was done prematurely and that maybe security agents were relaxed because the dinner had already started. What's your take on this?
So I think I can answer that pretty well. So, yeah, they probably had a magnetometer set up, and it does take time to set them up and put them away. Once the 90 percentile of the people are inside, that doesn't mean that the magnetometering stops. The machines go away, but they have handhelds at that point. They're actually going to be doing it by hand because the amount of people coming in is only at a trickle. And as you could see at that checkpoint, there was like 6 or 8 people that were manning, or I should say law enforcement officers, Secret Service law enforcement officers. So like for him, they were going to stop him and hand wand him, not necessarily put him through the machine. So it doesn't lower the rate of security. They were just packing up, getting ready to potentially just go to the next event that they were going to need that magnetometer at. That is also my best guess with what they were doing there.
And Barry, why wasn't this event designated as a national special security event, in your view? Should any event involving the president and his lineage, let's say Vice President J.D. Vance, automatically receive that level of security moving forward?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's a question for the Secret Service leadership. They may decide to do that as an after-action review of looking into what they could do better with this incident. The Secret Service will do that. They're going to look, not to blame anybody, but to look into how they can prevent this from ever happening. Maybe putting up barriers beyond the checkpoints, even a cage that only one person could go through. That could be a suggestion that could be put into envisioning something else that maybe they can come up with to prevent this in the future. But ultimately, they will try to do better after every incident, no matter how slight the incident is or how severe, to evolve into a better Secret Service. And I bet by next week, they will be implementing even different measures. So with the 30 days away that we have for the next event, they may do that. Now, as far as the security special events, those are mostly reserved for the larger events, the Olympics, Super Bowl. You have literally 50,000 people. That's a whole different ball game. This event is more of a routine event, happens every year, happens in a hotel where we know the ground very well, and the security plan is already made up and updated constantly, but that's the difference there.
And President Donald Trump's latest statement, he said he is standing by the leadership of the Secret Service. This after there has been criticism to the Secret Service in the past, especially considering there's 3 recorded potential assassination attempts against President Donald Trump. As a former Secret Service agent, do you welcome the statement?
Yes, I do. And I think of all people, President Trump, if he had a problem with the Secret Service, he would have no qualms about letting the world know that he has a problem with the way they protect him. So I believe the president, if he's happy with the protection, I believe him. I personally have worked with the chief of uniform division hand in hand. His name is McCulley, Richard McCulley, and then we have the director Curran. Both and I would work with him in passing. The Secret Service is under great leadership right now. And the uniform division chief was also a tactical operator like me. So these guys are worker bees. They're not above the people that they lead. They lead by example. They have done a great job so far. And we can't blame a leader of the Secret Service for an attempt some lunatic took. But, however, they're going to do exactly probably what I'm saying here, which is look at the facts of what could be done better to mitigate this, lower the risk, to protect the president even more. But the way I see it is, at this time in history, the Secret Service is probably in the best position it's been in a while, whether it's under the leadership, the equipment they have. Now they have tethered drones, cyber capability, AI. It's all come to the forefront even since I have left that service.
Does there need to be a full-scale review regarding the security of the president right now, Barry?
The answer to that is absolutely yes. And that needs to be done all the time, not just with an incident, but they need to constantly do it. And I'm here to say that that is exactly what they do. But even with an incident like this, yes, they will go to a big round table somewhere in an office with a lot of very smart people, and they will come up with ideas to stop this from ever happening again and figure out how they can do this job better. My suggestion there, putting up fences or a barrier or even some kind of a turnstile that you could lock somebody out and only let people in one at a time. That's just an idea, but maybe they can change that into something that would work better logistically and more functional. But that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to have people at a round table that know exactly what they're talking about and are experienced. The chief will be there, the director will be there, and they will come up with answers that will solve the issue. And you will see there'll be some differences here coming up in 30 days. I'll bet on that.
Barry, thank you for your so valuable security perspective on the matter. That was Barry Donato, former Secret Service agent serving both President W. Bush and President Obama joining us from Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you had the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
American political scientist and activist Professor Norman Finkelstein giving, as ever, his very direct perspective on the issues behind Israel's conflicts with its Middle Eastern neighbors. Hello and welcome, I'm Riz Khan. In the 13 months since I last spoke with him, the regional clashes have reached new levels, most recently with Iran and Israel trading missiles. I caught up with Professor Finkelstein at his home for a very candid conversation on where he sees things heading. Professor, it's really good to see you face to face. We've done a number of interviews remotely over the years, but it's good to sit with you face to face and have a chance to talk about what's going on. Now, since we last spoke about a year ago, things have changed quite dramatically, progressively worse, a lot of people would say. Now, let me start with just one of the more recent things. Donald Trump, as president of the USA, talking about Iran and Israel being in a conflict for so long, they don't even know what the F they're doing. It's unusual for a president to use the F word. What did you make of that when he described it that way?
Well, I think both sides know exactly what they're doing. I don't think there is any misapprehension. Israel has regarded Iran as a major regional rival for a very long time.
Rival or threat?
Rival for a very long time. They've always said that their chief, they call it the main threat to Israel. To Israel, they used to say Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. Now, you will recall already during the build-up to the war in Iraq, there is a certain misapprehension. I'm referring now to 2003. Israel's first goal was not Iraq. Israel wanted to attack Iran. The United States had set its sights on Iraq. And the view back then, now we're talking about 20 years ago, the view back then was first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. So it's been a very consistent policy.
Quite strategic, the way you're describing it, yeah.
It's been a strategic goal. What changed was there's obviously a difference between an objective and the opportunity to achieve the objective. Now, when October 7th happened, Israel set as its first objective to, for once and for all, solve the Gaza question. There weren't going to be any more mowings of the lawn, as Israel called it. The Operation Cast Lead, Operation, that was 2008-9, Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Operation Protective Edge, 2014. There weren't going to be any more operations. We are going to solve the Gaza question once and for all. And the final solution to the Gaza question, it basically took three forms. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, carry out a mass extermination. And those goals, they overlapped with each other. At the beginning, it was ethnic cleansing. They hoped to push the whole population into the Sinai, but that the Arab states vetoed that. Then began the making Gaza unlivable with a mass extermination occurring simultaneously. Then Israel realized it could achieve other objectives. In the course of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they realized they could disable Hezbollah. And that was always a strategic objective of Israel. And they achieved that goal, it seems. I'm not convinced it's been as devastating a blow to Hezbollah as has been claimed, but they obviously did some significant damage. And then they realized they could achieve their third goal, and that was Iran. So what did change was, even though this had been a strategic objective of Israel, they realized after October 7th, they maybe could achieve that goal.
You know, you have Benjamin Netanyahu in power for so long and seeming to ride every challenge against him. His claim has been for years that Iran is very close to achieving a nuclear weapon. I mean, that's been going on for quite a while, that narrative. How have you regarded the evidence versus the claims?
I'm not an expert in those fields. I can only quote what everybody else has said. Tulsi Gabbard, who's responsible for national intelligence, she said the evidence said no. The IAEA, belatedly, the head of the IAEA stated that there was no concerted effort on Iran's side to create a nuclear weapon. So based on the available evidence, the answer seems to be there isn't evidence. I would say, my opinion, Iran would be foolish not to acquire a nuclear weapon. So you have to assume that if that's my rational judgment, it's probably the rational judgment of many people in Iran as well. There are two possibilities. Possibility number, okay, let me just backtrack a bit. There are claims that Iran has been in violation of aspects of the inspections. I read the IAEA report. I probably have it right over here, as a matter of fact.
Not to worry.
I read the IAEA report, and I think a reasonable conclusion is that the IAEA inspectors are being truthful, and I don't have any reason to doubt their truthfulness, though I don't like what the head of the IAEA did. He released the report, gave Israel and the U.S. the pretext to attack, and then belatedly, after the attack, declared that there's no evidence that Iran is embarked on a program to create nuclear weapons. That could easily have been in the report. So when Iran says the IAEA was complicit in the attack or facilitated it, I think that's correct. In any event, it seemed plausible that Iran had carried on some enrichment that wasn't revealed to the IAEA, or they tried to conceal it from the IAEA, that the expression is sanitized, which basically means destroyed some evidence. Yeah, I think those things are all plausible. However, having said that, we have to be clear about basic facts. First of all, everybody is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Everybody likes to quote the part that non-nuclear powers who are signatories to the treaty aren't allowed to build nuclear weapons. They're allowed to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. But there's another part to the treaty which everybody seems to forget. Article 6 says that the nuclear powers have to get rid of the weapons. They have to negotiate in good faith to eliminate the weapons. Now, most people will yawn, well, that's not really possible. I'm sorry. That's in the treaty, Article 6. In 1996, there was a major International Court of Justice advisory opinion. The question was, is the threat or use of nuclear weapons legal under international law? I won't go through the specifics, but I will go to the very end where the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, says there has to be good faith negotiations to eliminate nuclear weapons. Now, the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, was signed in 1968. We're in 2025. I think that's a long time. And if those weapons have not been eliminated, when I say those weapons, I mean by the US, the UK, France, the Soviet Russia, and China. I don't think Pakistan and India are signatories to the NPT. But those five, they were obliged. So they're in breach of the treaty. Who are they to lecture Iran about being in breach of the NPT when they're in breach of the NPT? That's the first point. The second point is, I'm just going to give you a historical, not so much analogy coming before. Since somebody mentioned that on my screen, there's Professor Chomsky on my computer screen, I'll tell you a small anecdote, okay? You're much too young to remember, but after World War II, there was a very famous case in the United States of two people named Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, and another person, Morton Sobel. They were accused of giving atomic bomb secrets to the Russians, okay? That they had stolen information from Los Alamos, where the atomic bomb was made, and transferred it to the Russians, or the Soviets at the time. And it was a big cause of the left, because Ethel and Julius Rosenberg had been in the Communist Party, and they left already, but they had been in it, and it became a big case. The Rosenbergs, save the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs were eventually executed. Now, everybody on the left believed the Rosenbergs were innocent. And Professor Chomsky is a person of the left. And we had many conversations about the subject. And he said, I think they were guilty, the Rosenbergs. It turned out he was half right and half wrong. Ethel Rosenberg was innocent. Julius Rosenberg had done very low-level spying, nothing to do with the atomic bomb, but low-level spying, okay? Why do I tell this story? You're wondering, why am I going back 75 years to the Rosenberg case? Here's why. Nobody will ever doubt, I don't believe, Professor Chomsky's moral judgment or his political acumen. He was in a class all his own, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would agree with that. And he said to me on a couple of occasions, he said to me, I think they were guilty, and I think they did the right thing. He said, imagine the world after World War II if the U.S. had a monopoly in nuclear weapons. It would have been a catastrophe. We know how the U.S. carries on, even without the monopoly. Now, with that in mind, I think that there are two possibilities. One, as you might know, there are many regions in the world which declared nuclear weapons-free zones. There's the Treaty of Tlatelolco for Latin America. There's the Treaty of Rarotonga for the South Pacific. And there's one for Africa. The local regions decide. We are declaring these nuclear weapon-free zones. No country in this region can get them. There has been a proposal on the table for decades now. Declare the Middle East a nuclear weapons-free zone, like Latin America, South Pacific, Africa. That's an option. Iran has agreed to that option. There's one holdout, one outlier, Israel. So you have the option of turning the Middle East into a nuclear weapon-free zone, and we wouldn't be having any of these discussions.
So let me ask you then, Professor, if Israel was to give up its undeclared nuclear weapons, do you believe Iran would actually give up its goals?
We don't have, we're talking about power. We don't have to act on faith. There's no question here of acting on faith. Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran. Speaking of trust, do you have any concept of how Israel acquired its nuclear weapons? Was it by acts of good faith and trust? There's a book by Yaniv Cohen called The Bomb. An Israeli wrote it, okay? And he describes in excruciating detail all the chicanery, all the spying, all the crookedness that Israel engaged in order to acquire the bomb. So it's not as if Israel's record is clean and we can trust it any more than we can trust Iran. I don't believe you can trust any state.
So I'm going to ask you, Professor, what do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon if it had one?
I think it would use it as a deterrent because I don't think it's a suicidal state. It knows fully well that if it were ever to use the nuclear weapon, it would be incinerated in the blink of an eye. So it wouldn't use it, but it would be a deterrent.
Why do you think the USA, if I can use the term, tolerates Israel so much if it has gone through the chicanery to get its nuclear weapons, if it's often, flouts these international laws? Why is the US so tolerant of it?
Look, that's like what you call one of these age-old questions, whether it's the dog wagging the tail wagging the dog. I think it's a combination. Obviously, let's take the current situation. Uppermost on Trump's mind, President Trump's mind, is the deal with Saudi Arabia. He keeps calling it the deal of the century, okay? And for the Saudis, it would be a good thing to defang Iran and to neutralize Iran. So it serves a U.S. interest. It serves a U.S. interest broadly, and it serves a Trump interest narrowly. He wants that deal with Iran, with Saudi Arabia. So there is that element, and there is the element of the Israel lobby, in my opinion, that's indisputable. I think it's a combination. It's hard to separate out the extent to which it's U.S. national interests that are operative and the extent to which it's the Israel lobby. If you take the case of Gaza, obviously Israel had its own interest in wanting to solve the Gaza question. But there was a U.S. interest. The U.S. interest was very straightforward. The U.S. relies on Israel to terrify to keep in place to subjugate and subordinate the Middle East. October 7th appeared to reveal a real weakness in the Israeli intelligence, Israeli technological capacity. It revealed a major weakness. And obviously, after October 7th, the thought started running through the heads of many Arabs, hey, maybe Israel isn't as invincible as we thought it was. This ragtag Hamas army, maybe they can be defeated, Israel, if Hamas could do it. So there is a thought that starts to percolate in the Arab world that maybe there's a military option against Israel after all. And for the United States, that means its main regional surrogate of U.S. power, it has to be restored. Its deterrence capability has to be restored. So the United States was, for its own interest, it was very happy to see Israel annihilate Gaza. So it transmits the message. If you get any idea in your head about a military option against Israel, look at Gaza, or what's left of Gaza.
Let me ask you, with so much that's gone on since we spoke about a year ago, to what extent do you think Israel's standing in the world, its reputation, perhaps even with the US, where Donald Trump has said he's very angry with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with Israel in general, how much has that reputation been hurt, both of the country and of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I think that's a difficult question, because there's a difference between a temporary and a permanent harm. You're old enough to remember Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9. That caused huge demonstrations around the world. Huge. And if you remember, Israel was in a very tenuous position after Richard Goldstone, the South African jurist who was Jewish and by his own self-description, a Zionist, had produced this devastating report on what Israel had done in Gaza. You might recall there were fears that Tzipi Livni would be arrested at the British airport under what's called universal jurisdiction. Why do I mention it? Because nobody even remembers Operation Cast Lead. It's completely forgotten. So whether this current horror will have a permanent impact or it will prove to be a transient impact, I can't say. Remember, for my generation, growing up, for our generation, the defining political experience was the war in Vietnam, right? Now Vietnam is one of the U.S.'s main allies in Asia.
You know, it's interesting that there is a speculation that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to continue the conflicts, wants to keep everything on edge and in flux in order to avoid prosecution himself for various things he's been charged with, as well as, of course, to stay in power. How do you regard that kind of perspective?
You know, I'm very skeptical of these arguments for a very simple reason. There's a complete consensus across the Israeli spectrum on wanting to annihilate Gaza and being embracing the attack on Iran and Hezbollah, obviously. These attempts to kind of home in on Mr. Netanyahu as if he's the source of the problem, I just think that's completely wrong-headed. Every few years you hear these predictions. Netanyahu's term is over. It's over. I mean, you can probably fill a book now with these predictions, okay? But that's not what happened. Netanyahu is the mirror, is the embodiment, the incarnation of Israel society.
The whole of society?
He's an obnoxious, self-righteous, Jewish supremacist, an obnoxious, self-righteous Jewish supremacist. When Israelis see Mr. Netanyahu, they see themselves. That's why he keeps winning the elections. So,
but sorry, what about the protests against him?
The protests against him have to do with things like separation of church and state in Israel, preserving the alleged independence of the judiciary, the policy on the hostages. But that's not what we're talking about. I said regarding Gaza and Iran. And there's a broad consensus. If you look at the polls, just take, Israelis are probably the most polled people on earth. You know, every morning we have to know what Israelis think, you know. It's so important to the future of humanity to know every morning whether an Israeli had 1 egg or 2 eggs, whether it was a boiled egg or an omelet. You know, everything about Israelis are polled because they're so important. So, what did the polls show? The polls show for 20 months among Israeli Jews, 95% believed that Israel was using too little force or enough force in Gaza. About 5% thought Israel was using too much force. Okay? A poll about a month ago showed that 1/2 of Israelis, 47%, 1/2 of Israeli Jews believed that Israel should commit a genocide in Gaza. There is no ambiguity about the question. We don't have to go to a dictionary and parse the definition of genocide. The question that was put to Israeli Jews was, do you believe that when the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? That was the question. Do you believe that if the IDF conquers a city, it should kill everybody in the city? 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question. Another poll about 2 to 3 weeks ago, it asked the question, do you believe there are any innocents, civilians in Gaza, civilian innocents in Gaza? The poll was taken of all Israelis, including Arab Israelis. 63% said no, there are no innocents in Gaza. If you eliminate the Arab component, it's about 70% say there are no innocents in Gaza, which means the army can kill everyone. So, have you read any significant dissent in the Israeli ruling elite on the policy of annihilating Gaza? Has any single Israeli sitting in office or out of office or the opposition, has anyone said, no, I think it's morally wrong to annihilate Gaza? Nobody says that.
Do you think...
Did anyone say, no, I don't think it was right to break international law and attack Iran? Did anyone say that? Now, as a senior intelligence official in the Obama administration, the most senior, he said that the attack on Hezbollah, the walkie-talkie attack, he described it as pure terrorism. That's what he said, it was pure terrorism. Did anyone in the Israeli ruling elite say, oh, that was terrible, that was pure terrorism?
Do you believe, though, Israelis see the pictures of the conditions in Gaza, the starving children, the degree to which the place has been completely flattened? I mean...
I think these questions, I appreciate the questions, but they represent, not by you, but the questions themselves represent a high level of what, let's call it, naivete. First of all, the opposition leader in Israel said, quote, our IDF kill children as a hobby. He was the head of the opposition, Golan. He said, everybody knows that. Remember, Israel has a citizen army. A citizen army in principle is a good thing. It means everybody should have to bear the burden of putting their life on the line to defend the country's independence and so forth. That's in principle correct. You know, in our country, only poor people do that. We don't have a conscript army. So it's a good thing, I think, that everybody should have to bear the burden of sacrificing his or her life to defend the country. But there's an underside. The underside is, if you have an army that's representative of the whole population, okay? It's a citizen army, and that army is committing genocide. That means a representative sample of Israeli society is committing genocide. How could they not know? Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know. Of course they know. When doctors report that children are being systematically shot in the head and in the chest, foreign doctors report that. The Israelis don't know? No.
Considering how openly, as you say, these genocidal kind of goals or tendencies are expressed, is there any chance that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu will appear in the International Court of Justice in the ICC?
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court because all the prosecutors were Africans, African leaders. It got a little bit embarrassing under Luis Ocampo, and so they then got Fatou Bensouda, an African woman, to do the dirty work. She was a total crook. And
I have to say, these are your opinions, just to make sure.
Well, I've written a book about it, and I've now written the second book about it. The first book was called I Accuse, about Fatou Bensouda. And now I'm coming out with a new book in a couple of months entitled Gaza's Grave Diggers, an inquiry into corruption in high places. And I go through the record of Bensouda and several others. So the ICC, a very distinguished international lawyer whose name I can't reveal because it'll cause him grief, he said it's not a court. It's simply a contrivance of the West to keep the other people, non-Westerners, in line. The ICJ is a different story. The International Court of Justice. Now, as you know, in January 2024, January 26th, they found that Israel was plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. But those were preliminary hearings. I don't want to go through the technicalities. The case hasn't actually been heard. The full case hasn't actually been heard. I think there's a reasonable possibility. It all really depends on the composition of the court, because it's a nation-state-based court. Who's going to be the president? Who's going to be on the court? Right now, they have a complete crook as the vice president of the court, Julia Sebutinde from Uganda. In my forthcoming book, I have a 100-page chapter on her. She's a complete and total crook. They're afraid, everybody knows it, but people are afraid to say it because she's the first African woman on the court. So, because of wokeness, you're not allowed to call a woman a crook, let alone a woman of color a crook. Well, guess what? She's a woman. She's a woman of color, and she's a colossal crook. Julia Sebutinde, she's currently the vice president of the International Court of Justice. And there are a couple of fellows like Mr. Tomka, Judge Tomka from Slovakia, Judge Orescu from Romania, who you might call minor league crooks. But there is a phalanx of people on the court who, A, believe there's plausible evidence of genocide, but B is important. In January, then in March, and then in May, the court issued what's called the indicated provisional measures. And that's just a fancy term for, we told Israel, there's evidence that you're committing genocide. So you have to do A, B, C, and D to prevent the genocide. Okay, you have to allow in humanitarian aid. You have to tell your army to stop carrying on in this way. Israel ignored all the provisional measures. And that has to grate on the court. They can't like the fact that this august body, the supreme legal body in the world, the International Court of Justice, 3 times, January, March, and May, indicated provisional measures, and Israel ignored them. So I think there is a reasonable prospect that they will find Israel guilty of breaching the 1948 Genocide Convention.
If it is headed up or at least populated with these members that you consider to be crooks, where does that leave the prospect of getting true international justice? Where does that leave the world in terms of having a body on...
As I said, in the International Criminal Court, lost cause. Karim Khan is pitiful. I think that's pretty obvious. The current
he put his neck out, though.
For the sake of the audience, I don't want them to get confused. Karim Khan is the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. He put his neck out because it was becoming absurd that they reacted in the blink of an eye after Russia went into Ukraine. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, had found that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, and the International Criminal Court wasn't doing anything. So it was losing all of its credibility. And so the pressure builds inside from, there are in the ICC, because I've studied it, there are a lot of decent people working within the administrative side of the court. There are a lot of decent people. So there's the pressure on the inside, and then there's the pressure being exerted from the outside on the court. So, yes, he finally did something. As you know, no point in, I don't want to get into the trivial aspects, but it was unclear the timing of his decision to issue the arrest warrants because he had the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. And there's a lot of speculation. I've talked to people in the court who said, yes, the timing probably was due to the sexual harassment charges weighing on him. However, that doesn't change the fact that there was already a very formidable case that Israel was carrying out crimes of a significant magnitude in Gaza.
I want to get your take on something that has been put out there too. South Africa is considered pretty brave for having taken on Israel by going to the ICJ with the genocide case. There are those who believe that South Africa is now a target for the USA and that this whole white farmers issue was a way to kind of punish South Africa, the treatment of Cyril Ramaphosa. What's your view on that?
Yeah, first of all, if I were in the South African delegation, I would be terrified if there was even one skeleton in my closet. You know, those folks, beginning with the senior member, John Dugard. I know Professor Dugard, a really impressive guy. You know, he's 89 years old. And he was kind of like, had an uneasy gait as he came up to the podium. I don't want to sing his praises because it might sound sycophantic, and that's not my nature. But he was the lawyer for the Nelson Mandela family when Mandela was in jail. He was Bishop Tutu's lawyer, and he's a white South African. I should have clarified that. He's a white South African. And the Israelis have always had him in their crosshairs because he was the UN Special Rapporteur for the occupied territories. And if you read his reports, they were really meticulous. They were very impressive. So I'm thinking to myself, that guy must have been a saint, in his life, because otherwise the Israelis would have destroyed him. And it's a large delegation, as you remember. I think it's about 7 people. So far there have been no cracks. So far.
I spoke with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, while I was in South Africa recently. And he said, you know, the idea was that South Africa feels the obligation, having been through apartheid, having seen extremes when it comes to situations for oppressed people, to stand up and support the idea of true diplomacy and speak out. Of course, he was expelled as a result from South Africa. So it seems at least there is maybe the starting of a movement that might question the world order in that way.
It's a step, but it's a long... Look, Mao Zedong once said, former head of the Chinese Communist Party, so in the history of the Chinese Revolution, there's the famous story of the Long March, which I think was 6,000 miles, when the Chinese communists were being encircled by the nationalist forces. And Mao Zedong famously said to traverse, I think it's 8,000 li, L-I, if my memory is right. To traverse 8,000 li, you have to take the first step. And so South Africa took, in my forthcoming book, I devote a large portion of the introduction to honoring the South African delegation. I sent it to Professor Dugard, and he thought I was over the top. But really, it was a riveting moment. I was sitting in front of my computer screen watching it. I showed it to my class because I was teaching a course in the laws of war. It was a riveting moment when the South Africa, it wasn't just a court case, because the South African delegation, it really was a rainbow delegation. It was old white men like John Dugard and Professor Lowe. I think he's from Oxford. It was African men, South African men, a South African Indian woman, and then there were South African white men. But it was a beautiful projection of the future. So it's a first step, just like the victory of Zoran Mamdani.
I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, but let me get back to some of the things that are happening now currently. Donald Trump has said he doesn't want regime change in Iran now because he doesn't want to see everything turning to chaos. I guess regime change in the region, many people have a lens on that from the past with everything from, attempts with Syria, Iraq, and so on. Regime change hasn't got a good record in the Middle East, has it?
It's hard for me to assess that. First of all, I hate euphemisms. It's not regime change. You're overthrowing a government. Let's be honest. Regime change sounds so sanitary. You're engaged in the illegal, the most gross breach of the UN Charter when you carry on in this way, and we should be honest about it. It takes Kofi Annan. It took him a very long time. I think he was out of office already. Kofi Annan, again for the listeners, because time flies, he was the Secretary General of the UN during the U.S. invasion of Iraq. And he finally came out, I think when he was already retired, and said it was an illegal war. He wouldn't say while it was actually going on.
Well, difficult for him to do so.
Yeah. Well, if it's difficult for you to do so, Mahatma Gandhi famously said, the most powerful word in the English language is no. You could have just stepped down. If you stay silent, nobody is putting a gun to Mr. Kofi Annan's head. Nobody was putting a gun to the IAEA head when he stayed silent that there was no evidence that Iran was engaged in a program to build nuclear weapons. So I don't accept it was hard. You always have the option to step down and not do dirty work by your silence. You have the option. In any event, I don't like this sanitary language like regime change. You are in grotesque, brazen, outrageous breach of the UN Charter. And we should just say that out loud. It's not regime change. It's overthrowing a government. Its record, I think, do many people care that Libya was destroyed as a country? Do many people care that Syria was destroyed as a country? Do many people, people in power, do they really care that Iraq was destroyed as a country? I don't think they give a darn.
One quirky little thing, Professor, is that there's been discussion of the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, of course, Barack Obama was granted the Nobel Peace Prize quite controversially in some circles in 2009 when he became president.
It's just the wokeness.
Yeah, well, I was wondering
everyone wants to show how woke they are, and he's the grand beneficiary of wokeness.
What about Donald Trump, though? It seems he might have his eyes set on it. If he was to solve the situation, say, between Iran and Israel, or say between the Palestinians and Israel, does he deserve a Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Probably one of the, he's got to be up there in the top 5 mass murderers of the 20th century. Menachem Begin got a Nobel Peace Prize, a mass murderer. And you can go down the list. I've already forgotten. So
I should point out, you always give your opinion. Your opinion is pretty strong.
Well, if you ever read, for example, there's a very large volume by Seymour Hersh. It's called The Price of Power, Henry Kissinger and the Nixon White House. And it's about 800 pages. And I think it's accurate to describe in about each page, another 1,000 people are dead because of Kissinger. It's not fashionable anymore to say it. Professor Chomsky used to call Henry Kissinger in the 60s the doctor of death. 4 million people were killed in Southeast Asia by the United States. That's not a small number. 2 million Vietnamese. But that was a horror. That was the defining experience of an entire generation.
So the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, has no real value in your eyes?
It seems to be pretty good at pinpointing who are the main mass murderers of each generation. So I don't attach any significance to it.
Is the world bowing down to Donald Trump? It seems, I mean, he was at NATO, and the NATO Secretary General, the Dutch head of NATO, current head of NATO, referred to him as daddy, coming in to solve two arguing, two fighting siblings, perhaps, with Iran and Israel. The references to him as daddy and the kind of nature and the way people are very keen to keep him happy, to assuage his concerns. Is he, I mean, is the world bowing to Donald Trump?
Look, he's an erratic figure. He's an eccentric figure. It's very difficult to... he's a narcissist, and so everything is contingent on his ego.
But with him not being a politician, some say he might actually achieve the things that the old guard might not.
I just think this is kind of ridiculous. There were obvious ways to resolve, for example, the Israel-Palestine dispute. The U.S. stood in the way. The U.S. blocked it. The U.S. went along with Israel's opposition to an independent Palestinian state. I'm talking now, the goal of an independent Palestinian state dates back, believe it or not, to the early 70s. The PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, had already agreed to it. There was a solution on the table for already a half century.
That's what I'm saying. It's historic, and perhaps someone who's not historically a politician might have some sway in it. You don't think? If he's a maverick they're scared of, maybe they'll have to step down and listen a little bit. I'm throwing it out there. You don't see it?
No, because Mr. Trump is not going to tell Israel to end its settlements. It's not going to tell Israel to give up control of East Jerusalem. The Palestinians might be forced to accept a rump state. That's possible. But a state that has any substance, no, I think that's good. But that's true of every administration. It was never going to happen. And I think people are Look, Trump is a menace. I'm not going to deny that. Trump is a menace. But let's remember the facts. Who presided over the genocide in Gaza? Was it Donald Trump? Where was 90% of the death and 90% of the destruction? Did that occur under Donald Trump? The assaults on academic freedom in our country, the crushing of the encampments, the threatened deportations at the time, did that occur under Donald Trump? When 3 presidents of Ivy League universities were toppled, ousted, because they were insufficiently repressive of the encampments, did that occur under Donald Trump? When Claudine Gay was removed from Harvard, when McGill was removed from the University of Pennsylvania, when Shafiq was removed from Columbia, did that occur under Donald Trump? This idea that somehow he represents a new phenomenon. Yeah, there are elements of him. You can imagine Barack Obama. he used to read the morning briefings. You know, the intelligence community gave the morning briefings, okay? You can imagine Biden, he didn't read them because he didn't have the mental competence, but you would imagine that Tony Blinken, read them. In the Trump administration, Rubio reading them? No. Trump reading them? Forget it. So yes, there is, let's just call it an information gap separating Obama. I said Obama, but remember, Obama just read the briefings. Now, just as a factual matter, a historical footnote, Jimmy Carter, was breathtaking in his mastery of the facts in any situation where he commented. If you look at the record of Carter preparing for what was the original Camp David in 1977 with Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, his mastery of detail was breathtaking.
It's ironic he's not remembered as a good president by many Americans, isn't it?
Yeah, he actually was the most competent of the modern presidents. Him and Lyndon Johnson. Clinton was a voracious reader. He wasn't as disciplined as Carter, but he knew public policy. He had the concentration. Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer in that Oval Office somebody who's hyper competent or hyper incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper competent or incompetent office. But you say it's true. Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, that was a very funny remark.
Will the academic world recover, Professor, from the hit it's taken that you described? It's come so heavily under attack. I think it's largely unprecedented, it seems. Do you see it recovering? And what does this do for the students who look for some kind of guidance and leadership through the educational institutes?
Well, right now there is a reign of terror in the U.S. institutions of higher education, universities and colleges. There's a reign of terror. I've been reading the Harvard reports on anti-Semitism at Harvard. It's completely bogus.
Well, we talked about it before last time about the weaponization of the term.
Yeah, but if you look, the report is interminable. I'll tell you a funny story. I read the report once. It's I have it sitting right over there. I read the report once about a month and a half ago. And now I'll be speaking in New York with two people who I respect very much on July 17th, I think. And I have to reread the report. So I sit down, and it's very hot in my apartment because I don't have air conditioning. It was 100 degrees yesterday and the day before. So I'm reading the report, and the way I had organized the pages, it's not worth going into. So I'm on page 131, 132, 133, 154, and then I didn't realize I was reading it again. I had just read it the day before, but I was reading 131 again, 132. I had just read it the day before. It's so boring. It's this navel gazing.
What's the ultimate goal?
On a cosmic, every thought that a Jewish student at Harvard, every thought has to be recorded for eternity. I really don't care. Okay, you're smart. I get that. You're in Harvard. You're probably very smart. I'm not going to take it away. But you know what? You're 20 years old. I really don't give a flying fig what you have to say about anything. I really don't. I know there were some people who were very smart at 20. Okay, I'll grant that. I grant Bach. I listened to his music even when he was at 6 years old. Mozart when he was 20. Okay, I'll grant that. But I really don't care about every single thought about how our Harvard students feels afraid here and uncomfortable here. Guess what? 90% of humanity feels afraid and uncomfortable every minute of every day of their lives. They feel hungry. They often don't have roofs over their heads. So if somebody said something at Harvard College that made you feel afraid, unwelcome, these are the words they use. We felt unwelcome, uncomfortable. We felt afraid. You know what? I don't really care.
What is the goal of all these attacks, though?
The goal is very simple. The goal is to silence any criticism of Israel. It was perfectly obvious what the goal was. Bill Ackman, who is a Harvard alumnus, he's married to an Israeli pilot from the Israeli Air Force. She's a trophy wife. If you juxtapose the two in a picture, it's not difficult to figure out what's going on. So I'm sure his wife, I don't like euphemisms, but you get the idea. She implored him and made her love conditional on him turning the screws on Harvard. So he had contributed $50 million to Harvard. He's a hedge fund manager, a billionaire, Bill Ackman. There was one person who had contributed $200 million to Harvard. Another person had contributed $300 million to Harvard. That's money. No, it's true. Harvard has an endowment of $60 billion, but it's still money. And then all the Jewish alumni put together a petition. At the last, it was a long time ago now, it was about 1,200 names. Now I'm sure it's much longer, threatening to withhold alumni contributions. So it was taking Harvard hostage. It was extortion. Either you crush the encampments or you're not getting alumni money. You're not getting alumni contributions. And then it's true, again, Trump is a menace. It's true. So when he came into office, he expanded the target. Originally, the target was the encampments, the Middle East studies programs, Harvard. There were sympathetic voices at Harvard Medical School, Harvard Divinity School, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And they came under concerted attack now because of the threats of withholding alumni money. When Trump comes in, he broadens the target to all of these woke courses, in sexuality, ethnic studies, women's studies. He broadened the target because, first of all, a lot of those courses, they are garbage. You have to be honest about those things. Those courses are unserious. They're just woke courses with social justice warriors carrying on like little Stalins and threatening everybody with being canceled if you don't toe the party line. So President Trump had an easy target because a lot of those courses didn't belong in a curriculum. A lot of the reading lists were ridiculous. He took advantage of it. But it didn't begin under him. And right now, it is, I would say, I think everybody is walking on eggshells.
But do you see any kind of backlash against the right rising? We've seen Zohran Mamdani just won the New York City Democratic primary on a socialist platform. He could become the city's first Muslim mayor. How much of a turning point is that? And what does it indicate of where things might go?
Well, I want to just, I belatedly, because I was caught up in Gaza and then I was caught up with Iran more recently. So I only belatedly got active in Mamdani's campaign. I was out there all of the week preceding. I went out every day knocking on doors and
so you're encouraged. You're encouraged.
First of all, I want to just correct you on one point. Not correct you, I want to amend what you said. Nobody, I don't think one volunteer, he had 50,000 volunteers by the end. It was 36,000, but then I started hearing a figure 50,000. Let's go 36,000 because I know that's accurate. He had at least 36,000 volunteers who knocked, the estimate is, on 1.5 million doors. It was a huge campaign. You know, for you guys in the room, to try to count to the number 1 million, if you start now and try to, it'll take you 3 weeks. Knocking on 1.5 million doors, it's a lot. You know, let's say in a building like mine, because I did it, you have to wait for somebody to let you in the building before you could start knocking on doors. You know, you could do in 3 hours, you know how many doors you can get? I'm serious, about 20. So to have knocked on 1.5 million doors, it's quite a feat. Why? But I wanted to say, I met the volunteers. I met them. They were a very narrow age cohort, about 25. I actually saw very few people who were even 30. I mean, between my age and the next person, you could fit the Himalayan mountains. There was So I don't believe one person, I'm going to tell you this, I don't think one person volunteered for him because he was Muslim.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
I know everybody's casting it because they're all into these identity politics. They didn't vote for him, they didn't support him because he was a Muslim, because he presented a radical program to transform our city. Nobody cared that he was Muslim. So every time I hear these people, democracy now, first Muslim president, New York Times, first Muslim president.
I think it's because of the general Islamophobia that's been built up.
No, I think it's because of identity politics. They look at it through it was a class program. This was a clear-cut class struggle. The billionaire class, the Ackmans who I mentioned, the Bloomberg gave $8.3 million. The real estate industry, he was outspent, Mamdani, 30-1. It was 30 million. They say 25, but then there were these hidden PACs, super PACs. It was about 30 million versus Mamdani raised 1.2 million. You know, it was the Bernie Sanders candidacy, but on a local level. Bernie Sanders, every night he hammered away the billionaire class, Big Pharma, Goldman Sachs. And this was on a local level. But as one person put it, a big donor, the real estate, Reckler is his name. He said, what's going on here? New York City is the capital, the world capital of capitalism. The world capital of capitalism. We're not letting Mamdani, a socialist, we're not letting him in City Hall. This was a class struggle. It had nothing to do with his identity.
Fine.
If he had been white and he was clever as Mamdani is, it would have been a white candidate, Jewish, anything.
So having established that, let me get back to my first point or the question. What does this bode for the future?
Well, it's the first step in a long march. It's going to become brutal now, between now and November. It's, to my thinking, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They want to knock out they want one candidate. They want to coalesce under around one candidate. So then, right now, you have Curtis Sliwa in the Republican Party. You have Eric Adams, the current mayor, a crook of a very high order. You have possibility of Cuomo running. And if you have those three, it'll split the opposition vote. So they're going to get rid of Sliwa, give him a few bucks, a total prostitute Sliwa. Get rid of Adams, probably give him, a few free trips to the Caribbean. And then, or they may get rid of, or Cuomo may decide from pride he's not going to do it, in which case they're already talking about a coalescing around Adams. So it'll be down to two. The vote against Mamdani won't be split. It'll be down to two. And then it will be full blast the smear campaign. It will be full blast the smear campaign. The biggest error that Mamdani could commit, he's a very smart guy. He doesn't need my advice, but I'm going to offer it. Don't do what Corbyn did. When he started getting smeared with the anti-Semitism charges, first by the British Board of... Jeremy Corbyn, excuse me. First by the British Board of Deputies, and then by the whole ruling elite, from Sky News to the BBC, from The Guardian to the tabloids. They used and Corbyn kept trying to appease them and placate them, making one concession after another. That's never going to work. You will never placate them, even if you get on your hands and knees. And beg. It's not going to happen. So my strong advice to Mr. Mamdani is don't try to appease. On his election night victory speech, he said, I know that there are a lot of people who feel uncomfortable with certain of my views. He said, and we know who he was alluding to. And he said, I will stick by my principles. I will stick by my convictions. But he said, I'm ready to listen to the concerns of the other side. I, of course, like the first part, I worried about the second part.
The concession.
Yes, yeah, because I'm for listening. Of course, you should always listen. But is that opening a door? If he opens the door, A, he can never appease them, and B, his base will disintegrate because they'll see another guy selling out.
We're going to have to watch that race, obviously, very closely, especially with your prediction. As we kind of wrap this up, and I have to say, Professor, I'm old school, so in the interest of journalistic sanctity, I have to point out your views, your very strong views on people that you've mentioned are your views, okay. Which is fair enough.
Is there anybody in this room who believes that a large number of politicians and people in power are crooks.
Well,
is there anyone who doesn't believe it? Raise your hand.
Like I say,
I don't see any hands raised.
Look, I'm old school, so I have to always. My opinions don't come into this, so I really am very clear about letting you speak. But I do point out that these are your views and they're very strong. And it makes me wonder, how have you been allowed to speak out in such a cutting way for so long?
Well, easy. Nobody listens.
Or maybe everyone listens, but no one seems to challenge you to the degree that, I mean, why has there not been a stronger kind of, and I'm just asking your opinion, campaign against you for speaking out to Israel? Most people who, might be in your position.
Khan,
please, Riz.
Riz, brace yourself. I never had a job. I never had a job. I never could find employment. I did what you call, in the United States, is called adjuncting. It's part-time work. You know how much I earned most of my life on a yearly basis living in New York, except for a temporary period in Chicago for 6 years. It was between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. That's correct.
That's tough.
I never had a job. I'm just speaking factually. My life is over. The longer,
certainly not in the terms of your visibility.
I didn't, quote unquote, I didn't get away with it. I paid a price. I was willing to pay that price, and I have no regrets about it. Of course, I can be self-pitying. And I can be bitter, which I have been. Not anymore, because it's over. But I never had a job. Now, just to give you a few trivial examples, okay? I wrote the only book, Political History of Gaza. I wrote the only one, Gaza, An Inquest into Its Martyrdom. The only one, the only scholarly book on the subject. There is, in respect, Sarah Roy of Harvard, she wrote the major economic study of Gaza. The only scholarly political history of Gaza was written by me. It came out from University of California Press. It's a distinguished publishing house, okay, academic publishing house. It's never been mentioned anywhere. I don't, even in like the radical chic places like London Review of Books, or the cool woke places like the New Yorker magazine, you will not, if you do a search, you will not find one mention of that book anywhere. And you know what? I'm going to toot my own horn. It's a damn good book. Professor Chomsky said, in terms of its range, its sweep, its depth, its analysis, he said it's in a class all its own.
Well, perhaps the way things have been going in recent history, people will pay a lot more attention, because it's going to be a time everyone's wondering how it will be remembered in history.
Well,
we shall see.
Guess what? That happened October 7th. Gaza was everywhere for 20 months. The book was never mentioned. Never. It received 2 reviews. One in the Journal of Palestine Studies, and another in this tiny little periodical called something like Middle East Affairs. Nothing. Now, it is true, because of my knowledge of the subject and the miracle of the social media, I have a real media presence now. If I walk on the subway, walk down the street, large numbers of people recognize me. Have I been on one national television program, national radio program? Have I been on one in the United States? One? No. Not one. In the UK, I was on that program called Morning Joe. I was on that program once, and the other case was Piers Morgan. Right. Now, Piers Morgan had me on about 8 times, I think, something like that. I'm not going to speculate on why he broke the taboo. But I will say he doesn't challenge me. I've noticed that he will never say to me, "You're wrong," because he knows I'm right. He won't, factually, I mean, he won't agree with my interpretation of the data. Let's say if I say it's not a war, it's a genocide, he'll say, he said for about 15 months that the Israeli attack was disproportionate. That was the term. It wasn't disproportionate. It was not. It was proportionate. It was proportionate to its goal. Its goal was to solve the Gaza question. You have to understand what its goal was. Mm-hmm. If its goal was to defeat Hamas, then you could say it was disproportionate. But if its goal was to commit a genocide in Gaza, it was proportionate to its goal. So we could disagree on those points, but I have to say, he was unusual because that's the only national program. But it's the miracle of the web. You take a interview by me with him, then they chop it up into 10,000 pieces and they make it on TikTok. So it looks like, oh, people call me up. You must be so busy. So many people must be calling you. I say, as a matter of fact, nobody's called me.
Well, I'm glad we did.
I told Piers Morgan, or his the person who works for him, I said, actually, I have a lot to say in Iran. And I know a lot because I taught the Non-Proliferation Treaty. I've studied it. I've studied the International Court of Justice ruling on nuclear weapons. I'm not busy at all. Nobody asked me, including him. Nobody asked me to be on. I think it's an optical illusion, what you're referring to. I paid by conventional standards. Nelson Mandela spent 28 years in jail. Martin Luther King was killed at age 39. Malcolm X was killed at age 39. And you can go through the list, okay? So I did not experience a martyrdom. And I will not lose sight of that fact. I have a roof over my head. I have food in my refrigerator. I don't fear usually for my life. So I didn't pay that price. But I said by conventional standards, I paid a large price. I have a PhD. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I'm just speaking objectively. I have a PhD from Princeton University. I was never able to get a job. I don't mean at a major university. I don't even mean at a middle-level university. I applied to universities in the backwoods of the South because actually I thought it would be nice to teach there. The good side of the web I talked about already. The bad side of the web is they don't look for references anymore. No schools ask for references. They just Google your name. And so you Google my name, you'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a Holocaust denier. You'll have 30,000 websites saying I'm a supporter of terrorism. And it's over. It's over. Even if they were willing to go through each of these websites to see whether it's true. Does anybody want to have the burden of me in the faculty? No. So I did pay a price by conventional standards. And B, if it looks like I'm omnipresent, and if I have high facial recognition now, it's a kind of an optical illusion. It's 2 or 3 interviews which have been chopped up into 10,000 pieces, and they're all over the web. Just to give you an example, so I was on with Lex Friedman, and I debated Professor Benny Morris from Israel and this thing called destiny, right? So with destiny, it came out mostly to name calling because he's a moron. I can't fix that. I can't repair that fact. It's in his DNA. That debate lasted about 3 hours. It was 3 hours, 3 or 5. I can't remember now. It was 3 or 5. In any event, there are 10,000 videos now out there of me calling Destiny a moron. And each video, each one, has 1 million hits. Everybody, I saw you with Destiny. That was so funny. That was so funny. So it gave me a name. Like the other famous one was in Waterloo, Canada. It was like something like 2003, where this woman is crying about, I make them feel so bad when I say that Israelis are carrying on like Nazis. And I said, please stop with the crocodile tears. Okay? So whenever I'm in any Arab country, I can be walking down the streets of Amman, Jordan, all right? 10,000 people rush up to me. Crocodile tears! Crocodile tears! I think to myself, I spent my whole life immersed in books, steeped in reports, trying to get all these factual details right. And the only thing people remember of me, the only thing I'll be remembered for is crocodile tears.
Well, Professor, thank you for being so generous with your time today. And it won't be 10,000 pieces, I hope, not that many at least, but it was great to have a chance to see you face to face and to speak with you again. I look forward to next time. Thank you, sir. Well, certainly no punches held back, as ever, from Professor Norman Finkelstein. That's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Please send your comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world